When the earthquake began, I clung so tightly to the door frame that I broke my finger, she said. But the floors gave way and my friend was gone.
The BBC's Will Grant says the death toll is at least 235. Tens of thousands are missing. Secretary of State Rubio says the U.S. is sending aid, including expert personnel, to Venezuela.
We've already set up our disaster response teams at the Department of State and our humanitarian efforts. It's something we did very well in Jamaica after that storm, and it's something we're really prepared to do now. So I've already spoken to Secretary Hegseth.
And the Pentagon is dispatching a pair of naval vessels along with 2 aircraft to Venezuela. Despite Iran's drone attack on a cargo ship in the Strait of Hormuz, President Trump insists the waterway is open, adding that Iran very badly wants a deal with the U.S. Texas State Board of Ed set to vote on a required reading list for more than 5 million public school students, including stories and passages from the Bible. The board gave preliminary approval to that list this week. The final vote today. Time tax on billionaires. Governor Gavin Newsom is among those opposed to the measure, arguing it will drive the super rich and their income tax revenue out of the state. Stock futures in the red so far this morning on Wall Street. The Dow futures down 14 points. NASDAQ futures off 294. The S&P futures down 30 points. More on these stories, townhall.com.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-555-2085. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-555-2085. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-555-2085. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-555-2085 or biglou.com.
The intense heat that has settled in across parts of Europe will not let go. Correspondent Fionn High says the UK has recorded its hottest day ever, 96 degrees.
I'm here in London covering yet another hot day. People are doing as much as they can do to stay cool, drinking water, seeking out parks and shady areas, and avoiding the hottest part of the day. Hundreds of schools across England and Wales are closed due to the heat. Many train operators urged passengers not to travel unless it's absolutely essential. It comes as a record-breaking heat waves continue to scorch many parts of Western Europe. France, Italy, and Spain have also issued warnings about the risks of extreme heat for tens of millions of people.
King Charles and Queen Camilla are downsizing. They will not live at Buckingham Palace after a 10-year, $487 million renovation project wraps up, moving instead to nearby Clarence House. News and analysis, townhall.com. He was convicted of killing his wife. 74-year-old man has become the oldest person executed in Florida in modern times.
Dusty Ray Spencer received a lethal injection Thursday evening with the 1992 stabbing death of his wife, Karen. It was Florida's 9th execution this year. Florida Corrections records dating to 1924 show the oldest inmates last executed in Florida were both 72. Another 74-year-old Florida inmate set to be executed on July 14th for a woman's killing in 1982. John Scott reporting.
Australia's Prime Minister Anthony Albanese says his government is giving priority to strengthening the world's first laws that ban kids under the age of 16 from social media platforms. There has been evidence that that law, enacted in December in Australia, hasn't worked very well so far. More on these stories at townhall.com.
All right, folks, I need you to do something right now. Go to johnfredericksradio.com and take our brand new 2028 Republican presidential straw poll. Who do you want leading the ticket? Don't let the elites decide. Make your voice heard. While you're there, weigh in on two huge issues: eminent domain reform and President Trump's tariff policies. Are they protecting American workers or hurting growth? This is your movement, your vote, your voice, your choice. Go to johnfredericksradio.com right now and take the poll.
It's finally here, our second annual mega sale. This sale only comes around once a year, so take advantage of the best offers ever while you can. For example, save 50% on our Giza Dream bed sheets, as low as $29.98. And for the first time ever on TV, MyPillow mattresses and MyPillow mattress toppers, as low as $99.98. And you save 50% on our Lux Pure 6-piece towel sets. Regular $69.98, now only $39.98. And our best-selling standard MyPillows, regular $49.98, on sale for $17.98. Wait on it, mega sale, only $14.98. But wait, there's more. To make the mega sale even more special, when you order right now, your order's going to ship absolutely free.
To take advantage of the second annual mega sale, go to MyPillow.com or call 800-854-0504 and use promo code Godzilla.
And they're off. This summer, the Thunder returns to Colonial Downs Racetrack. Live thoroughbred racing June 25th through September 7th. Feel the excitement. Hear the roar of the crowd. Experience Virginia's premier horse racing destination every Thursday through Sunday all summer long. Bring the whole family for Family Fun Sundays, packed with activities for all ages. Parking? Free. General admission? Free. Memories? Priceless. Make Colonial Downs Racetrack your new summer fun time tradition. Get tickets and race day info now at colonialdowns.com.
Hey folks, Al Green here for SatPhone. When you're on the go, you want to know you're connected. If it's a family vacation or an off-the-grid escape to a remote destination, having reliable communication helps you feel safe and secure. You can't afford to find yourself in a dead zone. That's why you need SatPhone. SatPhones are reliable, durable, and give you global coverage. If you can get outside, you can get in touch. It's that simple. Make calls from your SatPhone to any regular cell phone in the United States. The phones are $1,500 value, but you can get yours free. Just sign up for a 15-month plan, $94.95 a month. Get 150 minutes monthly that roll to the next month. Go 3 months without using them, that's fine. Yes, 3 months, 450 minutes, all yours. Visit SAT123.com or call 855-980-5830. SAT123.com, 855-980-5830. Get surety and security with your SatPhone. Call now.
The Trump administration has brought positive changes when it comes to fixing our broken healthcare system. If we really want to make America healthy again, well, that starts at home. And that's where the Wellness Company comes in. You see and hear from the Wellness Company doctors all the time, and you know their products are the gold standard for keeping you and your family safe and healthy, giving you the opportunity to make sure you're prepared for whatever happens with their prescription medical kits. Additionally, the Wellness Company offers a variety of products, from parasite cleanses to methylene blue to weight loss and so much more. Make America healthy again starts at home. Do your part and protect the health of you and your family. Live a healthier, longer, and more satisfying life. Go to twc.health/Godzilla and order. That's twc.health/Godzilla. Use promo code Godzilla to save 10% today.
Happy Friday morning, listening family. This is the John Fredericks Media Network. I'm Dan Hobgood. Time for a look at weather and sports. We'll start, as we always do, with where I am in the capital of the South, Richmond, Virginia, not altogether too far away from where John Fredericks is this morning at Colonial Downs. High today in Central Virginia of 93 degrees. Could see a late afternoon storm. That's going to be kind of par for the course across the network this afternoon. A low tonight of 71, still with possible storms. Right now the temperature in the River City is 70 degrees. Squirrels again topped Akron 6-5 last night. They'll face off again beginning at 7:05 tonight. Moving on to the nation's capital, well, the Phillies pounded the Nats 10-5 at Nats Park yesterday. A Beltway-ish series with the O's this weekend ahead for Washington. First pitch tonight, 7:05 p.m. In the meantime, a high today in Washington of 90 degrees with a possible storm. A low tonight of 69 with more precipitation. Right now, the temperature in D.C. is 73 degrees. In Atlanta, you're looking at a high today of 87. Could see a storm. A low tonight of 73, going to be humid. Right now, the temperature in Georgia, 71 degrees. The Braves will travel to San Francisco this weekend to face the Giants. 10:15 p.m. first pitch, that's Eastern time. Nashville, you're looking at a high today of 88. You guessed it, possible storms. A low tonight of 75. You guessed it again, still storms. Right now, the temperature in Middle Tennessee is 73 degrees. Well, Philadelphia, you're looking at a high today of 87. Morning showers ahead. A low tonight of 70. Possible rain. Right now, the temperature in the city of brotherly love, 71 degrees. Phillies are in New York this weekend to play the Mets. Watch out for those Democratic Socialists. They have swords. First pitch, 7:10 p.m. Morgantown, a high today of 77. Possible showers and storms. A low tonight of 66. Still possible storms. Right now, the temperature in, by God, West Virginia, 66 degrees. And last but not least, the 412, you're looking at a high today of 80. You guessed it, possible showers. A low tonight of Mario Lemieux, 66. Some rain. Right now, the temperature is 65 degrees in Pittsburgh. The Buccos win their series against the Mariners with a 5-1 victory yesterday afternoon. The Reds come to town this weekend, 6:40 first pitch tonight, weather permitting. And JF's got to be happy today. The Astros were winners again last night. And U.S. Soccer falls to Turkey 3-2. Bringing you today's Weather and Sports Update is the Godzilla Wins radio show. For the best insight, analysis, and picks, watch and listen to Godzilla Wins Saturday mornings. That's tomorrow morning from 9 to 11, all across the John Fredericks Media Network. Plus, to get John's daily sports picks, go to you-know-where, GodzillaWins.com. Once again, that's GodzillaWins.com. This has been your Gorilla of Truth, your deplorable of the Oracles, Dan Hobgood for the John Fredericks Media Network. Outside the Box with the Ox is next, followed by the Godzilla of Truth, the Oracle of the Deplorables, the one and only John Fredericks on the John Fredericks Show. Stay tuned, everyone.
What do you think the signers of the Declaration of Independence would think of the country they helped create 250 years later? Gallup reports 77% of us think they'd be disappointed. A far cry from the turn of the century when most of us felt the opposite. Today, Democrats, independents, and Republicans alike largely feel we've not lived up to what our original patriots had envisioned. Though the vast majority of us also believe we've made some progress toward the country's founding ideals. Movies have been made of historical figures moving through time, ending up in the present day, amazed by space travel, skyscrapers, underground metro rails, drive-through hamburger joints, and vending machines, and likely they'd also be excited about the Louisiana Purchase, Alaska, Hawaii, and our country's ascension into world leadership. But speculating from outside the box, more impactful than all of that would have to be knowing that the documents they and their associates worked on and signed in hot, sweaty conditions after years of dreaming, negotiating, fighting, in hopes that a final product would yield some sort of a workable government, would then be physically preserved in bulletproof glass, in argon gas-filled moisture-controlled cases, protected from light damage by being displayed only in the very dimly lit environment of a multi-million-dollar massive ornate shrine built solely for their preservation, guarded by trained government forces, and visited by millions of citizens annually in awe of their efforts and genuflecting to that sacred parchment. Here outside the box with the Ox in the Eastern Time Zone and now in West Virginia on the John Fredericks Media Network.
John Fredericks.
It is the most egregious thing I've seen in a lifetime.
President Trump.
The whole thing is ridiculous.
When politics start getting wild.
They want to have every single thing that you don't want. Raise taxes, men and women's sports. They're going to open up their border.
Trump hits the speed dial.
Thank you for calling in on such short notice.
You came first, John.
Wake up with the John Fredericks Show weekday morning, 6 Eastern, 5 Central on JFMN.TV, the massive J-Fred radio network, and all across the socials.
You came first, John. Thank you very much, and you do a great job.
Right now, download the new WV Sports Nation app from the Apple Store or Google Play and get the entire Mountaineer sports world in the palm of your hand. Right now, get notified when new stories drop about your favorite Mountaineers teams and athletes. Download the WV Sports Nation app right now. Get updates on next level Mountaineers like Weatherholt and Joe Mazzulla. All that and more right in your pocket right now. Download the new WV Sports Nation app from the Apple Store or Google Play. Download the app right now.
Live from the studios of the John Fredericks Media Network, it's the John Fredericks Show. Grab yourself a cup of 1775 coffee, sit back, and get ready for the best 4 hours of talk in the universe. To be part of the show, just call our toll-free number, 888-480-5646. And now, here's the Godzilla of Truth, the Oracle of the Deplorables, the man who loves the smell of napalm in the morning, John Fredericks.
You're on the John Fredericks Media Network and all the John Fredericks radio apps, and I am your Godzilla of the truth in America, your Oracle of the Deplorables. Coming to you live today from Colonial Downs Raceway. Oh, my favorite place on earth. Love the horses here. And we're going to be here for the meet. Opening day yesterday. You can come and join us at our suite. And, well, we're going to have an actual suite where you can come and get food and drink and all that coming up. But right now, we're just here hanging out. And we're going to be here all day. My show is live from Colonial Downs. If you want to bring your family and have fun, post time, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, all through the summer, right through September 7th. And here's all you have to do is go to colonialdowns.com, colonialdowns.com. And here's the great thing about it. General admission free. Parking is free. Look, I just parked here, came up to my suite, got everything set up, ready to go. And you're going to have so much fun here. It's great for the kids, too, because it's very inexpensive. Everything is free. You can see the horses. It is the most beautiful track in America. And my wife, Ann, was here last night with me. And, we went outside on our balcony. I can see the horses warming up now. And she said to me, you know what? I kind of forget, we haven't been here since March. You just forget on a beautiful day how beautiful and majestic this track is. So come and check us out. Go to colonialdowns.com, colonialdowns.com. You're going to love the atmosphere. Got 8, 9, 10 races a day. And win money, have fun. Food is great. Kids will love it. There were so many kids here yesterday running around, and you bet you bet $2, and they're all excited. So it's a lot of fun. So check us out, Colonial Downs, and you want to come and say hi to us? I'm in Suite 9. You can come up and say hi in the 4th floor. But here's what you do: if it's past 12:30, if you think you're going to come up here and talk to me about politics, no, please don't do it. You want to come up and handicap with me, and I'll give you winners, you can do that. But Jim Durham, if you're listening to me, do not come here and try to bend my ear about some political thing you're doing or talking about when I'm trying to handicap, because I'm here. TGIF, baby. Hey, yesterday was a great day for President Trump, great day for America, great day for MAGA, great day for anybody with a brain in their head. A couple things I want to get to right away is we're now getting Supreme Court wins one after the other. It's getting pretty exciting. And so I'm just going to start here. The Supreme Court, in a major ruling yesterday, the Supreme Court ruled 6-3 in Mullen versus Al Otro Lato that the administration can legally turn away migrants seeking asylum at the U.S.-Mexican border by physically preventing them from entering U.S. soil. This effectively revived the president's turn back policies. Now, the court determined, this is critical, the court determined that because these asylum seekers are outside the country when they are turned away, the legal protections for asylum applicants do not apply. This is critical. This decision limits the ability of migrants to come here and falsely, which they do, claiming asylum at official ports of entry. This is a huge ruling if you want to clean this country up and keep these illegals from overrunning it and using asylum as a cover, which they don't need. Now, this not only is the border turnbacks the other great thing, but the status of protected programs in a separate ruling, bombshell, the court also allowed the Department of Homeland Security to end temporary protected status designations. This is as key. This exposed hundreds of thousands of individuals from countries like Haiti and Syria to deportation. Let's go. You came here illegally. You claimed illegal asylum. You shouldn't be here. You need to go. I don't know how clear the courts can be. For individuals already in the U.S. who are eligible to apply for asylum, there are strict new requirements and fees in place. 1, a $100 initial filing fee is now required. 2, an annual asylum fee of $102 applies if the application has been pending for at least a year. Now, this is the bottom line with this ruling, and it is a bombshell, because our asylum laws in this country have been abused, right? By illegals coming in, soon as they come in, welfare, fraud, crime, the whole bit, right? Out. or they can't come in anymore. You talk about closing the border. This was the last loophole that the illegals had. The last loophole they had was right here. And this loophole was intended for people to come in and just claim asylum for whatever reason. That is not the purpose of asylum. Actual political prosecution is asylum. Not just, you know what, I don't have enough money and I need to steal some. That's not asylum. I need to get in on this fraud deal. That's not asylum. I need to get a welfare check, free health care, education, an Obama phone. That's not asylum. I have a better economic opportunity here because I get money for nothing. That's not asylum. I don't mean to be a hard liner on this, but this to me is the number one issue of why we elected President Donald J. Trump. But we're done with this stuff. Stuff is nonsense. We're done with it. So this is a great ruling, 6-3 by SCOTUS. Now, why are the Democrats going crazy? I'm going to get some clips here. Why are they going bananas? Because they have no ability to win without this. The only way the Democrats win is by importing illegals and cheating. And the fraud. Now, the fraud, well, we saw a poll the other day, 21% of Americans say, well, the fraud is fine. These are Democrats. They like the fraud because it's their voter base. This is incredible. Just steal money from the taxpayer to get votes. It is mind-boggling what is going on in this country. I don't get the outrage is coming. I'm just telling you, folks. The communists have taken over the party. The outrage of regular Americans is coming. That's why we are going to win the midterms. There is no way these clowns are going to be able to take over the Congress. I mean, you've got this one lady. You talk about AOC. What is she called? What is she called? Dan, look this up, DSA or DAS or something. I mean, she basically said that 9/11 was our fault. She basically said, and we've got all the quotes here. I mean, this is their nominee for Congress, right? That white supremacy is the root of every problem in this country. We're a racist, horrible country. And we caused 9/11, and we're colonizing people around the world, and we colonized. I mean, you look at these people, they're nuts, and they're going to Congress. You would have never thought this, but it's all happening right under your nose. And we're worried about nonsense, like traditionalism in the Senate by that clown John Thune and his people in there. You got 50 votes, get it on the floor, break the filibuster, get rid of it, get rid of the parliamentarian, override that, pass the SAVE Act, and win the election because they can't cheat. Oh, 50% of the people aren't going to be able to vote. No, you can vote if you're legal. If you're not legal, you can't vote. Landmark decision coming by the United States Postal Service, who I think David Steiner, the Trump-appointed general of the postmaster, USPS, said, look, according to this executive order and according to DHS, guess what? We're not mailing out ballots. We're not going to mail out ballots for you if you haven't complied with the order to turn your voter rolls over to the federal government so we can be sure that these are legal voters. We're not getting involved in the election fraud. That's not our problem. You turn them over, we'll mail them. You don't turn them over, we're not. Final decision, July 31. Yay. Guess what? There's already 5 lawsuits. They're all coming. Guess what? It'll all get stayed. Guess what? It'll go to SCOTUS. Guess what? SCOTUS will uphold it. The Supreme Court is now moving in our direction, finally, because they already tipped their hand on this. You're not going to get mail-out ballots if you don't comply. You want to FedEx them out? Go ahead. Bankrupt your government. We don't really care. But you can't use the United States Postal Service to mail out fake ballots. And that's what they're doing. They're fake if they're not been verified. If the voter rolls have not been verified, for far as anybody is concerned, these are fake ballots. Now, this all happened in a day. One day. I'm going to get to the reflection pool a little bit after we get from the bottom of the hour, because that's the other breaking news. Trump was right there. You know, I sent that newsletter column out the other day on the reflecting pool. I must have got, I don't know, there's, 20, 30,000 people on my on my opt-in list. I got more hate mail back on that than I've ever gotten. Probably 500. Probably out of 25,000, 2% hate mail. Liar, fraud, not true, Trump sucks, not true. And, most of the people on my list, obviously, that signed up are not liberals. Now we find out everything that Trump said is right. Again. But the fake news, will they report it? Of course not. That's why you tune me in. Look, we're growing. We're growing because of you. TGIF, baby. We're growing because the truth will set you free. And the fake news is on steroids. Okay, we got some clips here. Dan, let's roll. Let's get to Stephen Miller yesterday on asylum. Cut 14. Take a listen.
Do you expect the administration to deport anyone who loses TPS status as a result of this ruling?
Well, of course, if you no longer have status in this country, then you're supposed to be deported. And in particular, in the case of the Haitians, the Biden administration flew over vast numbers. It's hard to know the exact number, but there are probably more than 1 million illegal immigrants from Haiti. That's not counting the border crossings into the United States. So these are people who've only been here for a few months, who are receiving welfare, whose all their ties, all their social connections, all their family is back in their home country of Haiti. And of course, that's where they should go. Yes,
Unbelievable. They all gotta go. They all gotta go, man. All right, here's more Miller. Cut 16. Watch.
Stephen, we're all waiting for the Supreme Court to issue an opinion on birthright citizenship. I know that one decision does not tell you where they'll go on another decision. What is your sense of where the court will go on birthright citizenship?
Well, look, I don't know where they're going to go. I'm not going to forecast it. Here's what I can say. Anybody who has read even 30 seconds of American history understands the Reconstruction Amendments after the Civil War were to ensure that the children of slaves would be franchised in the United States. The author of the 14th Amendment was clear in saying it did not apply to aliens. There should be a 9-0 ruling in a functioning democracy. The idea that you can have a country where you just set foot on U.S. soil and any child you have gets to be an American citizen and vote in our elections, collect our welfare, sit in our juries, sit in judgment of our fellow men and women is such an outrage to the idea of having a country. It defies description. I don't know what they're going to do, but here's what I can say. If this country doesn't, one way or another, end birthright citizenship, this country doesn't have a future. Citizenship has to be sacred and precious. And as we stand here on the 250th anniversary of America's founding, the idea that we wouldn't have in this country respect and sanctity for citizenship, for the voting franchise, is such an insult to generations of Americans who spilled their blood for our freedom in battlefields here and all across the earth, Will.
Couldn't have said it better myself. Is it going to go 9-0? No. Could it go 6-3 or 5-4? Yes. Absolutely. Yes. All right. Let's get to the phone lines. Tim in Hopewell, Virginia. Hey, by the way, Tim, I have reached out to the owners of that Hopewell station. Don't really know what it is. I can't remember the call letters, but we did have a convo. So we're going to probably move forward with that. Thank you for the tip.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, congratulations.
I mean,
John,
I don't need it.
Word of the day.
I don't need it.
Yes.
We already have coverage there. I don't need it. But I mean, it's been on the air forever, and now it's off. And the guy that owned it is a very dear friend of mine. So we'll probably work something out to take it back on the air. But anyway, go ahead. Anyway,
good deal.
The tip.
The word of the day is mail-in ballots, mail-in ballots, mail-in ballots. I've been telling you about it, and now it's coming full swing. They have no idea what's going on because they are behind the ball, because the Supreme Court has inadvertently tipped their hand during Watson versus RNC in regards to the post office. 4 of the justices commented that the post office are not certified election officials. The post office, FedEx, any third-party carriers are not elections officials as per the Congress and federal law, and they have no idea what's coming.
Well, listen, David Steiner, I think, is the Postmaster General. He said, look, he's going to comply with the executive order that came from the DHS. And right now they have no intention of mailing out ballots to states that have not complied with the executive order, which is you got to turn your voter rolls over to the DHS to be sure that there's no one on there that is illegal, dead, or shouldn't be here. And so the final decision will be made on July 31st. Right now, we're in the comments section. There's already 5 lawsuits filed. The minute the ink dries, there'll be 5 judges giving it an injunction. It'll go to SCOTUS. It'll get overruled. And look, this is step 1 of the SAVE Act. But these weasels in the Senate got to pass the SAVE Act. You're on the John Fredericks Media Network, TGIF, live at Colonial Downs. I'm going to be back in a moment. Got some President Trump clips coming up as well. If you're on hold, hang in there. I'll get right to you.
We got a wonderful email from one of our customers up east named Joe, and here's what he had to say. I started taking Solti almost out of desperation with little hope because I was resigned to the futility that although I was up to taking 2 statins a day, high cholesterol was something I just had to learn to live with. In fact, when I turned 60, after taking a stress cardio test, my doctor called me on a Saturday, which of course is never a good sign, and told me that I was clogged more than 95% of the people my age. I had an angioplasty and a stent procedure done at that time. Today, my stubborn triglycerides are only 1/3 of what they had been before starting taking Solti. My prescription statin dosage has shrunk from 60 milligrams to only 10 milligrams a day. My primary care doctor that I have had for many years still can't believe the results, and neither can I. Thank you, Solti, for providing such a wonderful product. And folks, I want to invite you to take care of your heart also by going to GodzillaHeart.com. That's GodzillaHeart.com. Use the code Godzilla at checkout, and you'll get a 50% discount on your initial shipment. Thanks so much.
In 2008, the amount of concentrated time people could spend on a task without becoming distracted was 12 seconds. 5 years later, it was only 8 seconds, 1 second less than a goldfish. If you're often distracted or have trouble recalling information, you're likely to fall behind in the demanding, fast-paced 21st century. In other words, brain performance is more critical now than ever. Boost your brain power with Healthy Cells Focus Plus Recall. Science-backed nootropics to help you sharpen focus, concentrate longer, enhance recall, improve mental speed, learn rapidly, and be more alert. It's a pill-free brain supplement made with maximum absorption ingestible gel technology, designed to feed your brain at the cellular level. Take it for a test drive. Go to healthycell.com and use code GODZILLA for 20% off your first order of Focus Plus Recall. That's healthycell.com, code GODZILLA for 20% off.
Washington is wasting $500 million every year on a federal supervision system that doesn't work. Probation officers are overwhelmed. Resources are going to people who pose zero threat, while actual dangerous individuals slip through the cracks. The Safer Supervision Act stops the waste and refocuses every dollar on protecting families from harm. President Trump's own pollster found about 80% of Trump voters want this fixed. It's time for Congress to get this done. Stop the waste. Protect our communities. Visit safersupervision.com. Paid for by the Reform Action Fund.
1775 Coffee is giving away free starter kits. Try the dark or medium roast coffee with longevity blend, an infused blend with anti-aging supplements clinically proven to reduce biological age. When you purchase the first 2 bags, you'll receive a free 1775 starter kit, including a third 16-ounce bag of coffee, a matte black tumbler, a frother, a gold scoop, or a reusable K-cup filter. Just order now at 1775coffee.com/Godzilla and claim your free 1775 starter kit while supplies last.
For the first time ever, we're bringing you MyPillow mattresses and mattress toppers for as low as $99.98. Remember, sleep's all about temperature and pressure points. Whatever sleep needs you have, we have the right technology for you. Like our MyPillow mattress topper, our queen size has over 10,000 individual comfort supports to help relieve your pressure points. And how about our 3-inch Hybrid Plus mattress topper? It's infused with copper and silver to help your body get the restorative sleep it needs. And our MyPillow and Case Coil mattresses, I personally helped develop these mattresses to make sure they have everything needed to give us great sleep. Plus, they're made right here in the USA, and they ship right to your front door, absolutely free.
Go to MyPillow.com or call 800-854-0504 and use promo code Godzilla to get MyPillow mattresses and toppers for as low as $99.98 and free shipping.
Trying to get our two boys ready to carry them to golf tournament for practice, right? 12 cats live across the road. Our door's open. Screen's broke. We need to get a new screen door, but the screen's broke, so you can come in through the screen, but you can't get back out of it. I turn and look, there's a little kitty cat in our kitchen. So I said, what are you doing in here, little kitty cat? By that time, the cat turns, tries to get back out. That screen won't go that way. Cat starts going, meow, all crazy. And I told our players, we need more dogs. Bo's barking in the back. I have to go shut Bo up. Mel's like, what's going on? I said, there's a cat in the house. Cat in the house? I said, yeah, there's a cat in the house. So I told our players, I tried to let it out the front door. Meow, meow, the cat's still going crazy in there. And I told our players, you need to be more like a dog. We don't need a bunch of cats in here looking in the mirror. Do I look good? I got my extra bands on. I got my other shoes on. Be a dog. We don't need no meows. We don't need no cats. We need more dogs.
Don't touch that dial. You've found your home of the truth.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
With the best analysis in America.
You can't handle the truth.
And now back to the John Fredericks Show.
And yesterday we also called on Congress to pass a supplemental funding bill that will provide $11 billion in relief towards specialty crops and helping our great agricultural producers rebound from the losses that they had due to the Biden administration's horrible, horrible rules and regulations. So we're going to be getting an $11 billion payment in relief to our farmers. And Brooke, you'll distribute that money hopefully equitably. You'll do it equitably, and you'll do a great job with it. I just want to tell you, you're special people, and you have been right from the beginning. From the day I ran, for some reason you like me. I came from the city slicker, and from the day I ran, you liked me, and from the day I ran, I liked you. And we won Iowa, and we won Nebraska. We won everything. We won everything there is to win having to do with the farms. And now I think we're more popular than ever before. And you have an interesting industry because you go up and down. It's, like a little bit of a yo-yo. But if you remember, last time I got you $28 billion because you were taken advantage of by a lot of countries, including China. And I took $28 billion $28 billion out of the tariffs, and I made you all whole, beyond whole, I think. But we made you whole. And now even just in talking here, we're doing the $11 billion relief to help you get through a pretty difficult period of time. We're never going to let you down. We're never letting the farmer down. We let the farmer down. We're letting our country down, and we're doing great. Just so you understand that 2 years ago.
Keep on it.
Sure.
Thank you, Rich. So new data out today shows the U.S. economy grew faster than initially thought during the first quarter of 2026. The final reading puts Q1 GDP at 2.1%. The figure was initially estimated at 2% before being lowered to 1.6% in the Commerce Department's first revision. Also today, the Federal Reserve's preferred inflation gauge hit its highest level in 3 years. The personal consumption expenditures price index climbed 4.1% year over year during the month of May. That is more than double the Fed's 2% target. The White House says it expects overall inflation to fall now that the memorandum of understanding has been signed with Iran. Stocks were mixed today amid AI spending and Fed interest rate worries. The Dow jumped 72. The S&P 500 fell just under 0.75 of a point. NASDAQ lost 118.
All right, it's good to have you with us. I'm going to get to Ground Zero, Trump derangement syndrome. You're on the John Fredericks Media Network. I am your Godzilla of the truth in America, your oracle of the deplorables, and it is great to have you with us today. As always, we are fired up, and here's one of the reasons. I'm at Colonial Downs. Go to colonialdowns.com. Here in Suite 9, the most beautiful racetrack in America. Racing Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, right now through September 7th. Can't beat this. Post time every day, 12:30. Bring the kids, bring the family. General admission free, parking free. Food is great. It's all about having fun, seeing the horses, the most beautiful track in America. More information, go to colonialdowns.com, colonialdowns.com. Have fun, win money, all that good stuff. Okay, let's get to the Trump derangement syndrome ground zero, which is the reflection pool President Trump maintaining as the White House, that somebody went in there and vandalized it and cut the liner and then peeled and then got pieces of the paint and peeled it off so that the water would get under it and all the paint would come up. And then they also said that somebody dumped fertilizer or something in to grow the algae. Well, I got a news flash. Trump passed a law, the federal government, not Trump, the federal government passed a law during Trump 1 that anybody that is caught vandalizing U.S. federal property, statues, monuments, fountains, whatever, minimum 10 years. No excuse, no parole, no early release, no ankle bracelet, 10 years. Guess what? That's exactly what happened. Show the surveillance here, Dan. If you're on the radio, I'm going to have to walk you through it. But put up the first photo that you've got. Here it is now. The New York Park Police seeking a person that they believe cut this liner. They got a video of it right now. They were down there cutting the lining. You can see the knife. You can see what they're doing right on the video, right? Unbelievable. This person is going to get 10 years. I hope your Trump derangement syndrome is now worth 10 years of your life because Pirro is putting you in jail. I mean, this is a federal law. I mean, there's no lawyers that's going to get you out of this if you're convicted. Now, this isn't random mischief. It's targeted sabotage by anti-American crackpots with Trump derangement syndrome. We've got another video here showing it. Some guy walking with an insignia on his back. They got him on video, it appears to be a male. He's on video, and the national pride is not going to be surrendered by a handful of lunatics. So they got him. They're going to be indicted, and if they're convicted, I hope 10 years of your life was worth Trump derangement syndrome in cutting the liner on the reflecting pool, which we said. And of course, ask yourself who's reporting this today other than me. Is anybody reporting it other than me? No. Fake news won't touch it. They know it's there. They're looking at the same videos I am. They got the same evidence we do. I've got this verified by Pirro's office. They've got this. They won't report it. Why? Because they're fake. They won't tell you that somebody went in there and cut that liner and caused this problem. They're going to jail, folks. 10 years. Goodbye. I hope this was worth 10 years of your life, you deranged moron. Because you got no way out of this. There's no lawyers. There's no plea bargains. There's nothing. It is a federal law. You defile federal property, minimum 10 years. Period. Hope you enjoy your time in a federal prison for what you did. Imbecile, half-wit, moron, beyond the comprehension of why anybody would do this. And risk 10 years of their life? Like, are you that stupid? Apparently. Do you hate Trump that much? I hope it was worth it. I hope every day for the next 120 months, which is times 30, right? 3,600 days. I hope you enjoy it. Imbecile. All right, phone lines. Let's see what we got here. Steve in Virginia, line 2. Steve, go.
Good morning, Chairman Fredericks.
Yo.
Thank you for taking my call. Happy Friday. And you were talking about the issue of asylum earlier, and I have to point out that international law is that if somebody's going to claim asylum, they have to claim asylum in the country that they first came into after leaving the country that they say is too dangerous to live in. So anybody who would leave, Colombia and go to Chile to board a plane to try and get into the United States, well, they can't claim asylum because they should have claimed asylum in Chile.
Exactly.
So anybody coming in from Mexico, a Mexican citizen, would technically be, able to claim asylum or a Canadian, coming in. But generally, boats and planes will get anybody, but they have to come from their country of origin or from the country that, they have to claim asylum in the country that they actually left from, not the country that they actually are claiming is too dangerous for them to live. And when it comes to, the Syrians and the Haitians who have been, given refugee status, I don't know that we'll be able to get a whole lot of them out because it's been, 16 and 14 years for them being in the country, and they've probably all married and they have children. And so
we're going to get out who we can. Steve, it doesn't matter. Okay. I don't care if they get 5 out. Here's the thing. No more can come in, and everyone we get out is a good thing. So I don't care if it's 5,000, 550, a million. It doesn't matter to me. You got to stop it first. You got to stop the bleeding first. And we stop that. However many we get out, we get out. The problem is, right now, if you're here under that asylum status, you better figure it out because you're going, as you should. This was a phony claim. This was a scam. Look, Biden set all this up to import illegals, to change the country, change the demographics, change the vote base, and gain power. Raped your daughter. You know what? Too bad. It's for the common good. I mean, this is how they think. Look at who they nominated on Tuesday in New York. This is the tip of the iceberg. This is Democratic Communist Party, DCP. These people hate America. They hate you. They hate anybody that believes in this country. They hate the birthday. They hate the Constitution. They hate us. And we're electing them to Congress. It is unbelievable what is going on. Only we can stop this. This is why we're going to win. Average Americans. Look, I get the nuances. Somebody got married. You can't deport them. Steve, who cares? I mean, at the end of the day, who cares? No more can come in, and those that we can deport, we are. And the problem they've got with mail-in ballots and no illegals and no asylum is they can't win. They can't win a majority. They don't have a majority base if they don't cheat, Steve. And so I get your point, many of them can't be deported. Okay, fine. We've been living with them for 14 years anyway. It's not the end of the world. But those that are not married, those that can be deported, need to get deported ASAP. Steve, thank you. Rob, New York, line 3. Go, Rob.
Good morning. I wanted to, just continue on like what Steve was saying and what you're talking about. That was a great ruling because when you see Judge Sotomayor saying, "Oh, well, people will die," that's the typical, Democrat saw or line. Everybody will die. That's a political decision. My view is like, why did we even have to bring in people from Haiti? Didn't the Clinton Global Initiative take care of this? Remember all the money the Clintons were putting there? I mean, stealing from there. Right. I mean, it's ridiculous and it's abusive. And you know what? Kudos to this administration, well, at least to the Trump administration. I mean, we're being blocked by the do-nothings in the Senate, and sometimes it's not so easy in the House. But look at the issues that we're talking about now. You have on one hand, you have the communist takeover of America, or at least they're trying to. They're doing it city by city. You called it correctly by saying Mandami built an army. A lot of people say, "Oh, he's dumb. He's dumb." No, he's not dumb. He's bright. Look what's happening. 3 more picks. Washington, D.C. is next. It's coming to another city near you. Okay? People need to wake up. And on the other side, we have, I mean, this is beautiful with the Postal Service. What an issue to bring to the table. Well, that's horrible. You can't do that with mails. You're going to be denying the vote. I mean, Schumer went on TV and said there's 25 million people that might be kicked off the rolls. Well, thank you very much, Chuck, for telling us how many people are probably not supposed to be on the rolls. I mean, that's he just sold the SAVE Act for us, Save America Act.
What is
and what
it
do we
again?
get from?
Repeat that again. What did Schumer say?
Schumer was on. You could look this up. He was on. I think a few days ago or last week. He was whining on some cable show that what the left, with the SAVE Act and with what the right is trying to do, it's going to wind up knocking 25 million people off the voter rolls. He didn't say citizens. He just said, off the voter rolls. So
why are they getting knocked off the voter rolls? Because they're not legal voters. I mean, that's why they got 25 million illegal voters on their voting rolls. This is how they win. Hey, by the way, did you ever find those 80 million Biden votes?
Well, that's the other thing, and I used to say that to my, I call them my sometimes Trump friends. That's like at the drop of the hat they'll turn on Trump and they'll like Trump if Trump does something. Fair weather friends. Anyway, oh no, there was no cheating. Trump lost fair and square. I said, where were those votes for Biden? How come it didn't come out for Harris?
Or anywhere else?
It's a math problem. Or anyone else?
The 80 million votes evaporated. It went back to 72 million. They had 8 million illegal votes. I mean, it's right there. It's right in front of you. They'll never have those votes again because they don't exist. They were fake.
That's right. And I said, and we know that. I mean, that was the problem. See, we got distracted on our side, and this is where I really started getting into following you when you were warning about the clickbait. We got distracted. You used to say it all the time, servers on the moon and this thing and, vote changing. And we love Michael Lindell a lot, but he was never able to prove all of that the way that everyone thought there were.
Because there is no proof. Because it was
that's right.
It was made up. We bought into it. It was a total distraction of where the real fraud was. And I said that from day one when I went to wherever he was in Dakota. He had that 5-day summit. I went there for 5 days. I took my entire staff there. Ann and I must have spent $15,000 on that. I expected all this stuff. I got nothing. 5 days, I got nothing. And I'm on the air. When I was before RAV fired me, I'm on the air on the floor saying, hey, it's been 4 days. I haven't seen one shred of evidence. Not one. And I got heckled off the stage and booed. They didn't want to hear it. The people that believe this stuff, that's the problem with clickbait. They don't want to hear the truth. There was never a shred of evidence that anybody manipulated a single machine. Some of it was by mistake. All the fraud was on ballots, mail-in ballots, ballots in boxes, drop boxes, fake ballots. That's where the 8 million votes came from. Nobody was flipping your vote with a server on Mars and some drone. It was all nonsense. And we got distracted.
And there was all a math problem because, and this is the thing, you keep pointing out why Fulton County, Georgia was so important. They never allowed the audit of the ballots. But people talk about we could do they did recounts. Recounts aren't the same as an audit. If I have a stack of fake 50s and, you could count them all in all again, you're still going to come up with the same amount of money. But if you actually inspect each bill and realize, half of them are fake, then you don't have that same stack of money because half of them are fake. That's the problem. They never looked at that. And that went on all over in all those key swing states. It was a simple math problem.
Hey, look, before we go. Go ahead, Rob. Go ahead, Rob. Wrap.
And then this morning I saw posted. Our Scott Presler, who's done great work for this country, he got denied from the South Dakota GOP meeting because Thune wanted him out of there. I mean, because Presler, had the audacity, and I say that sarcastically, to challenge Thune over the Save America Act. The guy bought a ticket, and they wouldn't let him into the event.
Unbelievable. Hey, by the way, I got your text. I got your text last night or yesterday on my conversation with Joe Rubin about the security in your own synagogue. Yeah, not good.
I mean, Joel is telling the truth. If I told you how much money we spend on this, and then we had to apply for federal grants, and it's not just me. There's 5 synagogues in my town, and I live in a small town. We got a lot of churches too. It's amazing. We're a little north of New York City, where we have so many houses of worship here, and it costs a lot of money. There are armed security. There's other security measures which I'm not going to get into. I mean, I didn't have to do that as a kid. As a kid, you walked into a synagogue. I don't know. I mean, but I have friends who go to churches in other parts of the country. They have armed security, plainclothes from the members that are approved by, the pastor or the priest or what have you. I mean, this is nuts that we have to do this in America, that houses of worship are targets from these nuts. And most of these nuts are on the left.
Yeah.
It's insane.
All right, man.
But yeah, no, Ruben's telling the truth.
I got to roll. You have a good weekend, Rob. Thank you for the call.
You too, John. Be well.
Let's go to Cindy Galzilla in Washington, D.C. Cindy, you're live.
Hey, good, John. Sorry, I was distracted for a moment. Yeah, communism is alive and well in this country. A lot of people don't want to talk about it, but we need to talk about it every day. I got a flyer the other day at the metro station for the Maryland elections, and there were all these little icons on the flyer that they were giving out. And I looked some of them up, and they're all, of course, NGOs, and they all go back to some kind of communistic organization. So we need to keep talking about this because this is mission critical now, because they had about 1.5 million people in New York on the ground knocking doors, not to mention all the phone calls, social media that just happened in New York.
Well, they got an army.
So they are on the move.
They got an army. This is a movement. This isn't one
guy. They do have
an
army. Yes.
This isn't one guy. I've been saying this forever. This guy's put together an army. He's got an army. He's got a flash mob. He's got the social media. He can rile them up. He can get them going. And this is a communist movement. Not as big as MAGA, but it's getting big. And there is a segment of this country that now wants a communist system. Why? COVID. They got money. They did nothing. They want more. Money ran out. They want more. They just put in California on the ballot the billionaires tax, where they are going to confiscate 5% of your wealth over a certain amount of money. They're simply going to take it. And you can't get out. You can't move out. If you move out, if you go to Texas, they'll get you there because you were in California. If you don't think this is coming to a town near you and to you, just wake up and smell the coffee. They are going to start confiscating your property when they run out of money. I don't know why am I the only person in media saying this? I don't get it. It's as plain as the nose on your face. There's a movement, and the movement is communism, and it is real, it's palpable, and they have an army, and they have money. And they're going to continue to win, and they're going to go after every one of these deep blue seats and keep winning. Hakeem Jeffries is toast. The guy's an idiot. Like, he's next. Ro Khanna, you're next. Schumer, you're next. You're all gone. Communists have taken over your party, you freaking morons. John Fredericks Media Network, your calls when I get back. Rob Crilly, 7:30. Stay with us.
From Town Hall, I'm Rich Thomason. The world is rushing aid to Venezuela as crews continue a desperate search for earthquake survivors amid mountains of rubble. Secretary of State Rubio says the United States is in the forefront of relief and recovery.
We're already deploying search and rescue teams from Fairfax County, Virginia, and Los Angeles. There'll be some others we'll add. That's their most immediate need right now is search and rescue efforts. They have a much of collapsed buildings, and so they'll need a lot of help in terms of digging through that. The airport there is badly damaged, so we'll have to rely on the Department of War to deploy assets there.
And the Pentagon is dispatching naval vessels and aircraft. The death toll, at least 235, tens of thousands still unaccounted for. The Strait is open. The words of President Trump referring to the Strait of Hormuz, where Iran sent a drone after a cargo ship. At the same time, Chief UN Nuclear Inspector Rafael Grossi says his people have been trying to arrange an inspection program with Tehran.
We have barely initiated conversations with Iran so as to determine what are the modalities. And by modalities, we refer to frequency, places to be visited, and so on.
Little progress so far, according to Grossi. A Supreme Court ruling on birthright citizenship could be just around the corner. The High Court will be issuing more rulings on Monday. In another ruling, one yesterday, the High Court struck down a Hawaii law requiring people to get permission to carry guns into places such as stores and hotels. On Wall Street this morning, stock futures so far have been in the red. The Dow futures are down 59 points. NASDAQ futures off 359 points. And the S&P futures 36 points lower. More on these stories, townhall.com.
Did you really think Pure Talk was just going to sit back and watch America turn 250 years old without doing something awesome to celebrate? Of course not. That's why they're raising $250,000 for America's Warrior Partnership by the end of July. America's Warrior Partnership is on the front line of preventing veteran suicide. They've had extraordinary success, and here's how you can help. When you switch your cell phone service to Pure Talk this month, you'll be invited to round up to support America's Warrior Partnership. No pressure, but if you do, Pure Talk will match your donation dollar for dollar. And to further celebrate 250 years of our extraordinary democratic republic, Pure Talk is offering unlimited talk, text, and data for just $34.99 a month. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe. That's pound 250, say Mike Rowe. And happy birthday to us.
Ukraine is increasingly relying on homegrown advanced drone technology to blast away at military and industrial targets in Russia. Targets also in Crimea.
The Russian Defense Ministry says it's intercepted 660 Ukrainian drones overnight over 12 Russian regions, as well as the illegally annexed Crimea, the Azov, and the Black Sea. It appears to be one of the biggest drone attacks on Russian regions and the annexed Crimea since Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine in recent months. Ukraine stepped up its aerial campaign against Russian military installations and energy facilities. Its success has caused fuel shortages and disrupted army supply lines, stalling Moscow's war efforts after more than 4 years of fighting. I'm Charles de Ledesma.
NATO's deputy commander says he wants a summit in Turkey to encourage member countries to spend more on defense and support Ukraine. Says the meeting will be a test of the alliance unity. Townhall.com. Man convicted of a horrific crime against a city lawmaker in South Central Virginia has been sentenced to 40 years in prison.
Shotzi Buck Hayes pleaded guilty in April to 1 count each of attempted first-degree murder and aggravated malicious wounding in the 2025 attack on Lee Vogler. Witnesses say Buck Hayes walked into Vogler's Danville office with a bucket of gasoline, doused him, chased him from the building, and set him ablaze. Vogler suffered burns over 60% of his body. Vogler made an emotional statement about how the attack had altered his life. Buck Hayes also spoke, repeating that he was motivated by an alleged affair between Vogler and Buck Hayes' wife. I'm Lisa Dwyer.
74-year-old Dusty Ray Spencer, executed in Florida. He was convicted in the 1992 stabbing death of his wife, Karen. He was executed by lethal injection last evening at the state prison in Stark. More on these stories, townhall.com.
All right, folks, I need you to do something right now. Go to johnfredericksradio.com and take our brand new 2028 Republican presidential straw poll. Who do you want leading the ticket? Don't let the elites decide. Make your voice heard. While you're there, weigh in on two huge issues: eminent domain reform and President Trump's tariff policies. Are they protecting American workers or hurting growth? This is your movement, your vote, your voice, your choice. Go to johnfredericksradio.com right now and take the poll.
What happens in Virginia doesn't stay in Virginia. It influences policy and policymakers nationwide. The VirginiaStar.com shines a light on the issues in VA that become issues for the USA, with insightful commentary that gets to the fact of the matter. The VirginiaStar.com is your source of wisdom and truth, locally, statewide, and nationally. Log on today and every day. The VirginiaStar.com. The VirginiaStar.com.
West Virginia Sports Nation gives you a top-of-the-mountain view of the Mountaineers sports landscape. See what's happening in all the sports, far beyond football, basketball, and baseball. Gymnastics, track and field, rowing, swimming and diving, golf, volleyball, tennis. More sports, more stories. If the Mountaineers play the game, WVSportsNation.com has it covered. Up-to-date and insightful articles written by Mountaineers for Mountaineers Nation. WVSportsNation.com. WVSportsNation.com. WVSportsNation.com.
1775 Coffee is giving away free starter kits. Try the dark or medium roast coffee with longevity blend, an infused blend with anti-aging calcium alpha-ketoglutarate, which has been clinically proven to reduce biological age. When you purchase the first 2 bags, you'll receive a free 1775 starter kit, including a third 16-ounce bag of coffee, a matte black tumbler, a frother, a gold scoop, or a reusable K-cup filter. Just order now at 1775coffee.com/Godzilla and claim your free 1775 starter kit while supplies last.
Washington is wasting $500 million every year on a federal supervision system that doesn't work. Probation officers are overwhelmed. Resources are going to people who pose zero threat, while actual dangerous individuals slip through the cracks. The Safer Supervision Act stops the waste and refocuses every dollar on protecting families from harm. President Trump's own pollster found about 80% of Trump voters want this fixed. It's time for Congress to get this done. Stop the waste. Protect our communities. Visit safersupervision.com. Paid for by the Reform Action Fund.
When you're learning something new, experience matters. At Lifestyles Unlimited, we've spent over 30 years teaching people how real estate investing works and how to build income with a clear, step-by-step strategy. Our program is designed to help you learn what to do, why it works, and how to take action at your own pace. Join today for just $297, a 60% savings off the regular price. Text radio to 88007. That's RADIO to 88007. Presented by Lifestyles Unlimited.
Ponder this. How many times have you heard that freedom means doing whatever you want as long as we don't hurt anyone else? On its face, this sounds pretty reasonable. But when you think about it, everything you do has an impact on someone or something. Let's say we overindulge in drinking. The immediate impact may be that we cannot get to work on time the next morning or even at all. Let's say we eat whatever we want, whenever we want. When health problems ensue later in life, your family, your friends, and your community may be impacted. For every action, there is a reaction, and this is Newton's law of physics. But it applies to our spiritual life as well. Being truly free means doing God's will in every decision that we make. This means we must know God's will by following His commandments and talking with Him in our daily life. Pray, trust, and persevere in following God's will for you every day. I'm Susie Kelly, and I am passionately Catholic.
Show. Grab yourself a cup of 1775 coffee, sit back, and get ready for the best 4 hours of talk in the universe. To be part of the show, just call our toll-free number, 888-480-5646. And now, here's the Godzilla of Truth, the Oracle of the Deplorables, the man Jack Nicholson knows can handle the truth, John Fredericks.
Oh, you got him. I'm John Fredericks, and I am your Godzilla of the Truth in America, TGIF. Great to have you with us today. Don't forget, Saturday, always a big day. Godzilla wins 9 to 11 a.m. We're going to be live again where we are today, live at Colonial Downs Racetrack in New Kent, Virginia. We got soccer, we got baseball, we got a lot going on. We got Soulsby, we got the NFL. You don't want to miss that, 9 to 11, plus my picks on Godzilla Wins. Go to GodzillaWins.com. Get them up about 4 o'clock every day. Sometimes I'm a little bit behind. Sometimes I don't have a pick. So if you go there and there's nothing there, it means I don't like anything. But I'm going to get on a heater in baseball. Hockey, it was unbelievable. I found my hockey picks. You made a fortune. Unbelievable hockey season I had. Baseball, I normally get hot right around July. Right around the end of June is normally when, first couple months is tough. You got a lot of things shaking out. But I'm going to get hot in baseball. You got to ride that wave, baby. Got to ride the turns. John Fredericks Media Network. Colonel Dunn coming up in a minute. Bernard Dunn is going to be here, as well as your calls. 888-480-JOHN, 888-480-5646. This segment brought to you by Mike Lindell, who is now leading the polls in Minnesota to be the Republican nominee for governor. I mean, you can't make this stuff up. It is so funny. He actually has a shot to win. Will he be the nominee? I have no idea. I am going to go up there, though, in August. That's going to be fun. So can't wait to do that. Just go up there with Dan Oxner, checks things out. So got a couple of announcements I have to make right off the bat. We have scheduling changes to our network coming. Number one, we're going to be adding another station that we're in the middle of purchasing. It's got to get through the FCC, but we'll be LMAing it. That's License Management Agreement, August 1st. And that is WAKM AM 950 in Nash Vegas. In Franklin, in Williamson County, we'll also be carrying there the Titans and the Tennessee Volunteers football and basketball and baseball. So that'll be on WAKM. We'll be there running that thing. We believe August 1st. Papers have been signed. It's not everything has not been done, but that's what the goal is. Programming changes so that everybody knows what we're doing, right? August 17th, starting August 17th, Michael Patrick Leahy, now heard 10 to noon on the John Fredericks Media Network. Leahy moves to 3 to 5 Eastern. 3 to 5 Eastern. Del Walmsley, who's been in that slot for me for years, is retiring from his radio show. Still does his Lifestyles Unlimited, but just doesn't want to do the radio every day. So he's going to be retiring. And Leahy will take that. Joining us live, 10 to noon, across our network, the Wendy Bell Live Show. Wendy Bell Live will be joining us 10 to noon. So you want to fasten your seatbelts for Wendy Bell Live. It's going to be a lot of fun. Getting Wendy before the midterms. Much different style if you've heard her than I have. But I would definitely fasten your seatbelts when she comes on. She's a lot of fun. Great lady. Great friends with her. And we need to take a show and get it to the next level. And we think we can do that. So we're happy to have Wendy Bell with us. Wendy Bell Live. That's going to be 10 to noon. This segment brought to you, speaking about Mike Lindell, by MyPillow. We got slippers, we got towels, we got comforters, we got sheets, we got Giza sheets, we got mattress toppers, we got it all. And free shipping right through June. Let's see, what's today? June 26th, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, you got 5 days. If you don't have the slippers, biggest sale ever, $29.98, can't beat that. Towel set, $39.98. If you don't have the towels, you're depriving yourself of the greater things of life. Giza sheets, most greatest sheets you'll ever sleep on. Those are on sale. Comforters. We got comforters. Jack, comforter. Claire, comforter. Joe, comforter. Ann and I, comforter. Comforter on the bus. We got comforters. Their comforters are to die for. They're the best. Oh, check that out. Everything they have is fantastic. And there's an affordability crisis going on. Guess what? Mike Lindell is right there for you. Now, he's got the mega sale going on. Everything marked down, some as much as 80%. Why? Because they're moving factories from factory A to factory B across the state. Why bother to ship it there when you can ship it to you for free? So buy up what they got because he's giving it away. This is the inflation buster of all time. Let's go to mypillow.com/Godzilla. mypillow.com, promo code Godzilla, mypillow.com/Godzilla, promo code Godzilla. Or you can call them for great savings today. 800-854-0504. 800-854-0504. Give them a call today. Operator is always standing by. Joining me now, Colonel Dunn. Colonel, thanks for joining us.
Hey, good morning. How you doing today?
Good, man. TGIF, babe. Great to have you on, Colonel.
It's finally Friday.
Everything you said about Iran has been right. You're batting 1,000. You're like the Babe Ruth of Iranian predictive politics. Everything you said has panned out. But now we got another thing. They shot a drone at some cargo ship, but Trump's saying, hey, screw that. It's still open. We got that southern tier that the ships are getting through. And you know what the Iranians say, they're a bunch of liars. What they say in the media is just nonsense. You know, it's like a combination of Baghdad Bob and Tokyo Rose. Tell us what is going on now.
Well, that's exactly what's going on. Is that the Iranians lie? They have to lie. That's how their society works. And what I mean by that is you're going to go in closed door negotiations and you're going to make an agreement. If your people that are hardliners know about the agreement, it's going to piss them off. So then what you do is you go on TV and say, I didn't make that agreement, even though the agreement has been made. It's the logic. It's what they do. And instead of supporting our country, the left and some of the media keep siding with the Iranians. Like, aha, you know, Trump's lying, or aha, there's no deal. But the reality is dangerous as a drone attack can be on a ship, obviously. It's a tactical thing. It's strategically insignificant, especially if we can stop the next round and the next round. And now, obviously, if they go a full-scale attack on ships in the Gulf, then we're going to have to do something. But I don't want to say don't worry about it, because one drone can be catastrophic to the people on the receiving end. You can never let your guard down. But what you can't do is let a global strategic economy shut down again, or try to shut down again because of it, one drone or even 10 drones. So we're doing great. The reflecting pool drama is a testament to how well the Iran deal is actually going for President Trump. They have to have a diversion. They have to find something. And, you know, I have it on good source that President Trump is the exact cause of the earthquakes in Venezuela. He caused it. I can't believe we haven't seen it yet. But by the end of the weekend, I bet we'll see that it's his fault because of something he did with global warming.
Colonel Dunn, speaking of the reflection pool, which is right, Ann and I have been there the last 2 weekends. I mean, it was beautiful before they sabotaged it. But let's get to a clip here, because Trump was right about this totally. Roll it, Dan.
Hold on, John. Which clip was that?
The one that you just said that you had from Carl. It says it right there. It says, I got.
Oh, okay. Yeah, about the postmaster. Okay.
Right there. Roll it.
So yes or no, if a state refuses to turn their absentee voter list over to the federal government, will the Postal Service still mail their ballots under this proposal rule?
Under our proposed regulation, no. We would tell the state that we need the manifest in order to, look, what we're asking for.
That's the answer. You would tell no. So the proposed rule basically coerces states to conform to these new requirements and hand over their absentee voter rolls, or face the consequences of not being able to vote by mail. Some states, that's all they do. Oregon is completely vote by mail. If they say, no, we control the list, the states control the list, we're not going to give it.
Oregon has followed Kit 600 since the day they started voting by mail.
This is a different issue. This will be a lot different issue. You're telling these states either give the federal government this information, trust the federal government, trust the Trump administration. We'll take good care of these. And if you don't do it, you can't mail absentee ballots. You're going to make a decision that people cannot vote by mail. That's unacceptable.
I got the wrong clip up there, but now we've got to comment on that. This has got to be, that's got to be, along with the reflection poll. I mean, the Democrats are now saying, well, wait a minute, if we can't do mail-out ballots because you don't have that list to be sure that they're not illegal ballots, well, then we got to do that. Otherwise, we can't win these elections because we cheat. I mean, the guy just said that. What is going on with the distractions? But back to the reflecting poll, Trump said it was sabotage, Colonel Dunn. He was right. We now have the evidence. And here's the thing. I keep telling people this. In Trump 1, Colonel, the federal government, Congress, passed legislation that said anyone that is caught defacing, defiling, or destroying federal property, statues, fountains, reflector pools, automatic 10 years. No questions asked, no parole, no ankle bracelet, no early out, no good behavior, 10 years. The person that did this, or the people, was it worth 10 years of their life in order to cut the lining in that pool? Because that's what they're facing, Colonel Dunn.
Well, it's definitely not. And what happens is they become minions, and literally stupid minions, who think that they're getting some sort of acceptance out of some radical left individuals. And it's the same in the information warfare environment. And that is how we operate, and that's how our adversaries operate, is they'll send out emails and they'll send out memes and they'll send out notifications and get what the term is literally useful idiots. They'll get useful idiots to do their bidding for them. And then the useful idiot sometimes ends up with a jail sentence, sometimes ends up with a record, sometimes end up, losing all of their dollars because they got to pay to defend themselves. And the entity that forced them or got them to do that, or I don't want to say forced, but tricked them into doing that, doesn't care. You don't see these organizations go and support them when they're in jail. And so I think it's stupid. I like the fact that it doesn't matter what side of the fence you're on. If you deface government property, there's a penalty for it, period. It doesn't matter if you're Republican, a Democrat, independent. It doesn't matter if you're not from this country. We all face the same, so it's equal justice. Now, what we'll see, I suspect in some areas that are run by the Dems, you're going to see they're not going to prosecute some of these cases. We've already seen that with some of the statue defacing, and it's a shame. But anyone that's caught doing these crimes and is convicted through the normal system should pay the penalty. Because you and I would. If we got convicted of this, we'd pay the penalty. That's why I don't deface statues.
It's unbelievable that somebody would be so stupid to do this and to basically risk 10 years of their life in order to cut the lining on a reflection pool. So, and then of course now they have the evidence. They got these people on video doing it. The fake news hasn't even reported like it doesn't exist. It is just amazing what is going on. Okay, so
right. Well, they can't
get back to this. Get back to the straights here, right? We understand that the Iranians lie. I love the way you laid that out. Where do we go from here?
We keep doing what we're doing. Gas prices are coming down. They're bouncing around, but they're well. I'm in Virginia and North Carolina. They're well below $4. They were above $4 a few weeks ago. My prediction, and I may be a little off on this, but I thought they'd be below $3 by the 4th of July. But I would say now by the end of July, they'll be below $3 as we get really ramping up into the midterms. What I implore the Republican Party to do is to get on the front side of the information battle. Everyone is focused on gas prices. The focus should be on a nuclear weapon did not go off in 2026. That needs to be the focus. We cannot just say, okay, the gas prices are up, because that's what people see. They don't see the fact that they're still alive. They don't understand that. They don't understand that Israel was not taken off the planet and that a nuclear war did not start. That needs to be the focus. That needs to be the push. And that needs to be the celebration. We do not, in our lifetime and in our grandchildren's lifetime, we hope the nuclear threshold is never crossed, because that opens up so much devastation potential. We never want that. And that needs to be the focus. Hey, we kicked Iran's butt because they said they were going to get a nuke. They said they were close to it. They said they were going to use it. So we took them at their word. Of course, the Dems now don't want to take them now they want to take them at their word, right? Or don't want. It's like so backwards, but that needs to be the focus. We took them out. There's peace, more peace. The peace in the Middle East is more better, if that's a technical term, right? It's more better than it was 6 months ago, and hopefully, it's on its way to a little bit of a. As I always say, there'll never be complete peace, but at least a temporary lasting peace. If we can get a few years out of it, it would be wonderful.
I think we're in good shape here. You know, it was interesting. I was in the White House in the Oval Office in the press pool on Wednesday, and I asked the president about his initiative. He asked his Department of Justice to investigate the oil companies for price gouging because he thought the prices went up way too high, way too fast, while the oil was still available and then aren't coming down fast enough. So he's like, you can't have it both ways. If you're going to tell me, you know, it's based on the future, on futures, and prices go up to $4.90 while we still have all this oil here. But then when the oil is flowing and we're flooding the market with oil, now you're telling me, well, it takes 6 months in order to refine it. Well, what about the oil you just had when prices were up? So that thing went viral. And I think what he did, he put pressure on the oil companies. Look, if you guys think you're going to price gouge the American consumer under my watch, you're going to be in big trouble. And I think that's real.
Oh, absolutely, it's real. You know, I play around with some oil stocks, and I've been watching them go up and down. They're down about 40% from their highs, give or take a few dollars there. The gas prices have not come down 40%. And the reality is they didn't need to come up because, as we've all talked about and we've all seen, that the gas prices, you know, what they're using is they're using the Iran scenario as a reason to increase profits. And as a business, as a stockholder, I'm sure most of the stockholders are happy about that. But the people that are paying for it is the normal Americans, and who's jumping on the bandwagon is the Democratic Party to make it seem that this is a catastrophic event. Still, gas prices lower than they were when Biden was in office. That's another talking point. They need to put those charts up and show the inflation during, you know, they hit the inflation the other day, I think hit 4%, and they're screaming about it, but it was 9% under Biden. And those are the things we need to start showing as we come up July, August, September, as we get to these midterms, because I am concerned. I think we're going to win, but I'm always concerned until we see it. And look what's happening in New York. You know, New York is lost. We've lost the city of New York is gone, in my opinion. It's now socialist communist. And it's just going to get worse, and more companies are going to leave. And I think it's a great thing for the rest of America. Let's just watch what happens, and we're going to see it implode on itself.
It's the Communist Party. It's the Democrat Communist Party. It's DCA, and the word Democrat in front of it is a facade. This is a communist movement in the United States, born out of COVID, and people want stuff for free. If you look at what they did in California yesterday, last night, the General Assembly passed. There was a lot of the Democratic leaders voted no, but it doesn't matter. They passed a referendum, which is called the billionaires tax, which is going to get on the ballot and get it's going to win 70-30. And this is an incredible initiative. Basically, it says is if you have wealth, which you have to estimate, if the government of California estimates that you have wealth, not cash, wealth, in $1 billion or above, houses, stocks, appreciation, racehorses, doesn't matter. If you've accumulated $1 billion, they're going to tax 5% of that. So if you have $1 billion, you're going to get a 5% tax, wealth tax, which you have to fork over. Now, you do, 5% of $1 billion, it's $500,000 cash you got to pay the government. And if you don't have it, you got to start to sell property. You say, well, I'm going to move. Doesn't matter. If you move, what they said in the referendum, if you move now, you still have to pay it. They're going to track you down. This is communist confiscation of wealth. It is
totally.
incredible. And it's going to pass 70-30. This is where this country's headed.
Well, it's not, because every billionaire in California, less the stupid ones, are going to leave. And they're going to move to Florida. They're going to move to Texas. They're going to move to North. They're going to move to any other state besides New York and California. And then all that revenue is just gone. It's a simple economic problem. I bounce around between Virginia and North Carolina, and I wanted to be a Virginia resident. but I spend most of my time, I spend about 60% of my time in North Carolina. North Carolina does not tax a military retirement. Virginia is getting on that bandwagon, but they do tax military retirement at some level. The reason why I'm not a Virginia resident and move here full time is because they tax my retirement. So there's many states that don't, and that is where military retirees like to go because you get, it's a car payment. It's literally can be a car payment on a retirement, on a small car, if you will, but it's still your dollars. And that's why people move out of the state of Virginia. Now, Virginia realized that, and Governor Youngkin started making steps to solve that. And then they brought in Spanberger, and now everybody wants to leave anyway because of gun control. So the Americans, we vote with our feet more than we vote at the polls sometimes. And I think you're going to see that. And you'll see the crumbling of California continue as their taxes go up. In New York, I think if you did a straight poll, you will find out that mostly it's foreigners that are allowed to vote, probably, maybe or maybe not. But those are the ones voting for the socialism, and it's going to implode.
Because they want stuff for free.
Yeah.
It's simple as that.
If you have a choice,
you're voting other people's money to them.
Right. Hey, I want your money. I want your car. Because you worked hard. It doesn't work.
Where we are. Colonel Dunn, always great to have you. People want to follow you, sir. Where do they go?
You can go to colonelwilliamdunn.com, and then I'm going to Chicago. My book won an honorable mention out of San Francisco, so I thought that was pretty cool
for
a memoir thing. And then I'm going to go to a book fair out there, but you can get the book on Amazon.com, Gunfighters Rule, and then if you want to follow me, it's colonelwilliamdunn.com.
Gunfighters Rule, Colonel William Dunn. Colonel, it's always good to have you. You've been right about everything.
I just got to keep that record going.
That's why we get along so well. I'm right about everything. You're right about everything.
That's right.
Perfect combo, baby.
What can go wrong? Have a great day, sir. Have a great weekend. We'll talk in a couple of weeks.
TGIF, baby.
Bye-bye.
We're going to be right back. You're on the John Fredericks Media Network, trucking the truth across America.
Sat phone. Sat phones are reliable, durable, and give you global coverage. If you can get outside, you can get in touch. It's that simple. Make calls from your sat phone to any regular cell phone in the United States. The phones are $1,500 value, but you can get yours free. Just sign up for a 15-month plan, $94.95 a month. Get 150 minutes monthly that roll to the next month. Go 3 months without using them, that's fine. Yes, 3 months, 450 minutes, all yours. Visit SAT123.com or call 855-980-5830. SAT123.com, 855-980-5830. Get surety and security with your sat phone. Call now.
It's finally here, our second annual mega sale. This sale only comes around once a year, so take advantage of the best offers ever while you can. For example, save 50% on our Giza Dream bed sheets, as low as $29.98. And for the first time ever on TV, MyPillow mattresses and MyPillow mattress toppers as low as $99.98. And you save 50% on our Lux Pure 6-piece towel sets. Regular $69.98, now only $39.98. And our best-selling standard MyPillows, regular $49.98, on sale for $17.98. Wait on it, mega sale only $14.98. But wait, there's more. To make the mega sale even more special, when you order right now, your order's going to ship absolutely free.
To take advantage of the second annual mega sale, go to MyPillow.com or call 800-854-0504 and use promo code Godzilla.
Now more than ever, it's imperative to support companies that share our conservative values. That's why I can't be more excited to tell you that I've switched my family to Patriot Mobile. Patriot Mobile is America's only Christian conservative wireless provider. When you switch to Patriot Mobile, you shift your support away from the leftist, woke, progressive agendas of Big Mobile. Patriot Mobile's wireless service works perfectly and seamlessly as you go about your lives with exceptional nationwide coverage that uses the same towers the main carriers use. Patriot Mobile donates a portion of every dollar earned to causes you care about, to organizations that fight for religious freedom, First and Second Amendments, sanctity of life, and the needs of veterans and first responders. Patriot Mobile has plans to fit any budget, along with great discounts for our veterans and first responder heroes, as well as multi-line users. Switching is easy. Just go to patriotmobile.com/Godzilla or call their U.S.-based customer service team, 972-PATRIOT. That's 972-728-7468. Use offer code Godzilla for free activation.
Folks, this is Crom Carmichael, CEO of Soul Tea. I have recently turned 77 years old. I do not take prescription drugs. I have not had to take prescription drugs, and I attribute a lot of my good health to a product that I've been taking, which is the active ingredient in Soul Tea. It's a 22% concentration of theaflavin. We did clinical trials on it 25 years ago and found that it helped lower cholesterol. We have had many, many hundreds of letters and emails from customers telling us how it has helped them not only manage their cholesterol, but lower their triglycerides and help them on their blood pressure. And I can't tell you how much I attribute to Soul Tea for my good health at age 77. And I encourage you to go to GodzillaHeart.com. That's GodzillaHeart.com. And use the code Godzilla at checkout, and you'll get a 50% off on your initial shipment of Soul Tea. And I promise you it will be a great help for your heart health. Thanks so much.
I would rather play with 10 people and just get penalized all the way until we got to do something else, rather than play with 11 when I know that right now that person is not sold out to be a part of this team. It is more about them than it is about the team. I cannot play with them, cannot win with them, cannot coach with them, can't do it.
Don't touch that dial. You've found your home of the truth.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
With the best analysis in America.
You can't handle the truth.
And now back to the John Fredericks Show.
Well, it's great to have you back. I'm John Fredericks, your Godzilla of the truth in America, your Oracle of the deplorables. Thanks for being with us. TGIF coming live from Colonial Downs Racetrack, my favorite place in my suite. No better place than to be here during the meet Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday racing right now, all through September 7th, post time 12:30 p.m. Go to colonialdowns.com and check it out, colonialdowns.com, and bring the kids the most beautiful racetrack in America right here. So check us out. Hey, Mountaineer Healthcare. This is from the Smart Health Company, my friend Barry Draper. They're helping families, individuals, and businesses get quality healthcare coverage without getting destroyed financially. This is one of the best things I've seen out there. Now, you get complete, comprehensive coverage, including hospitalization, surgery, and critical illness protection. You also get access to a nationwide PPO network with just $15 doctor copays. This is pretty great stuff here. Now, I've checked this out. I know Barry Draper. I think he's onto something. You might want to check this out. And if you need quick care, unlimited free telemedicine is included as well. I'm a big believer in that. Now, if you need prescriptions, no worries. They have fully tiered prescription drug plans too, just for you. It all makes sense. Now, whether you need an individual plan for yourself or group coverage for your company, Mountaineer Healthcare has flexible options designed to save you some serious jack. Here's the kicker. Rates can be up to 40% lower than unsubsidized marketplace plans or traditional group coverage. That's real savings for working Americans. Now, you can call now, 833-752-6742. 833-752-6742. Check it out. Get a quote. Get rates. See if this might save you money and might be right for you, your family, or your company. 833-752-6742. Or you can let your fingers do the walking at mountaineerhealthplan.com. That's mountaineerhealthplan.com. One thing they do that Barry Draper does, truth and clarity, real healthcare savings, mountaineerhealthcare.com. I'm sorry, mountaineerhealthplan.com. Mountaineerhealthplan.com. Thank you. All right, let's get to my friend, Mr. Vargas. Mark Vargas, editor-in-chief of the Illinois Review. Mark, it's been a while. Great to see you.
And Newsmax columnist.
Newsmax columnist, man, you got it all.
You can't
Contributor, Newsmax columnist. I went and visited Israel with him. I'm not happy though. Let's clear the air. Not happy with Netanyahu. Not happy with what's going on in Lebanon. Not happy that they defied President Trump on several times. Not happy with the fact that they tried to gum up his Iran deal right in the middle of it. So I've kind of lost my enthusiasm for supporting Israel based on what has happened. Tell me I'm wrong.
No, I mean, listen, President Trump, where we're at right now with this framework, it's historic. No other president in history has brought us to this point. And in the midst of trying to negotiate and bring them to the table with this historic framework called the MOU, Netanyahu is going rogue. And this doesn't help our peace process. This hurts our peace process. And so, I can only imagine, John, the phone calls that the president has had with Prime Minister Netanyahu there in the Oval Office. And I'm sure they could hear those phone calls throughout the entire West Wing. But President Trump is determined to create peace. And I think he's on track to do it and to make history at the same time.
What is your evaluation of where we are now in this deal? And do you see this as a long-term peace opportunity without the Iranians getting a nuclear weapon?
I do. Again, this is historic. We've never seen this before. And I know this region a little bit. I worked for then Secretary of Defense Bob Gates. I took 14 trips to Baghdad, TDY, as a civilian. The rockets and mortars targeting all of us in the green zone made in Iran. The 3.5-mile strip of road from the airport to the green zone, Route Irish, was littered with IEDs made in Iran. They've been a menace, the mothership of terrorism, for nearly 50 years. And no president had the testicular virility to cut off the head of the snake, except President Donald Trump. So again, I can't underscore how important it is to even get to this point, to create a framework of an MOU, for it to be signed, and to get Iran to the table, knowing that there's going to be some very key issues that they're going to be discussing. Strait of Hormuz has got to be completely and totally open. No taxes, no tolls. They cannot build a nuclear weapon. They've got to end that program. And they've got to stop funding proxies. So I think we're going to get to that point. But I feel confident. It's going to be a tough 60 days negotiating. But President Trump created the art of the deal. He's also, in the second term, created the art of unpredictability. They know he's not afraid to press the big red button. They know there's going to be accountability. And he's got his eye on Carg Island if they veer off the beaten path at any given moment. But this is a big win so far. And I'm confident in President Trump and his negotiating abilities to finally restore peace in that region for the first time in a very long time.
So when you look at when you look at the options that are on the table right now, okay, as far as we've opened up the southern lane, that's totally U.S. protected. Ships are going to go through there. We had the one incursion yesterday where the IRGC fired off a drone. And of course, the Iranians lie constantly. But it seems like we're in a position right now where the strait is not going to be closed. I mean, they have no ability to do that now with the level of armaments we have there. And I think you nailed it. I mean, if they attempt to do this, he's just going to take Carg Island the next day, and that's it.
It's game over. And the coalition that President Trump has built, I mean, we've got partners in the Gulf region. That's absolutely essential because, John, they've got real skin in this game. China, it was so important for after the president's state visit to China that you had Xi Jinping acknowledge two things that he's never really acknowledged before. And to that level to say, I agree with the U.S. president. Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. And number two, the Strait of Hormuz must be completely and totally wide open. We've never seen that come out of this concession come out of Beijing before, except after President Trump's state visit there. And so there is enormous pressure in that region from Iran, from China, from the Pakistanis. This is a coalition that we haven't seen before, and they're going to be applying enormous pressure on Iran. And when you marry that with President Trump, who's not afraid to press the big red button, who's not afraid to deploy troops if necessary, who's not afraid to bomb Carg Island to what he says to smithereens, or as he said in the Oval Office the other day, to drop bombs on top of their heads. They know he's not afraid to do it. This is a regime that only respects two words: force and power. Every other president before Donald Trump were weak. They know that he represents force and power, and they're intimidated by him.
You're on the John Fredericks Media Network. We're with my good friend Mark Vargas, columnist, Newsmax, also editor-in-chief of the Illinois Review, with us. And I went on a trip to Israel with him, enjoyed that, learned a lot while I was there. So loved your company. Ann and I enjoyed meeting you, Mark, and getting to know you while we were there, no doubt. Let's get to the midterms. Let's get to politics, right? Am I the only guy in media that is bullish? I think we're going to win the House. I think we're going to gain a seat in the Senate, even at worst. And I think we're going to keep the House based on the fact they didn't get the 4 seats in Virginia. I don't think they're going to win any of them. They're not going to win, but maybe 1 seat in Pennsylvania max. And we've got about 8 seats that we got through the redistricting plan and the new maps and SCOTUS. And they're running a bunch of communists. I don't see them winning the House. Tell me I'm wrong.
I agree 100% with you, John. The Democratic Party has an identity crisis. Are we socialists? Are we anti-police? Are we pro-illegal aliens? Are we pro-violent and dangerous criminals? Simultaneously, John, there in Washington, D.C., the DNC, the comparison between the RNC and DNC. DNC, only $14 million cash on hand, $18 million in debt. RNC, $123 million cash on hand, zero debt. The Democratic National Committee is having to pull out bank loans in order to cover operational costs. In the meantime, you've got President Trump positioning the Democrats now to be pro-Iran. Now that I saw it with your previous guest, the Colonel, now that oil prices and gas prices are going to be dropping and the pressure that the president's applying, you're now going to have the Democrats being pro-high oil prices, pro-high gas prices. I think what we've seen in California with the governor's race thus far, Los Angeles residents are sick and tired of Democratic leadership. That Democrat Democrat voters are fleeing their own party in mass numbers. I'm seeing it here in Chicago because they no longer identify or recognize their party. President Trump has got a perfect record in terms of his endorsements. We've got the momentum. I feel really good about this midterm election cycle, despite what history says, that the minority party takes over the midterm elections because the American people don't like the same party ruling both sides of Pennsylvania Avenue. President Trump has defied the odds his entire time in politics, and I think he's going to defy them one more time.
When gas prices go down under $3, which they will, and we get to September early voting, gas is $2.50, and prices have come down because the fertilizer is now getting through. Beef prices are going to come down because we fixed this screwworm issue, which has driven beef prices up. Prices come down, gas is $2.50. Tell me exactly what the Democrats are going to run their campaign on, Mark Vargas.
Well, we've already seen it. Elect us so we can impeach Donald Trump. Elect us so that we can run investigations in the House of Representatives and impeachment trials in the United States Senate. That's their only strategy. And again, that's why I agree with your assessment. I think we're in really good shape going into this midterm election cycle. Democrats keep talking about an affordability crisis. Well, there isn't an affordability crisis because we're watching prices drop like a rock. Every American had more money in their pockets after they received their tax returns. Grocery prices, rent prices, mortgage prices have gone down $4,000. We could go on. We could spend an entire show, John, talking about what categories prices have gone down where Americans have more money in their pockets, no tax on tips. And so the Democrats have no strategy other than elect us so that we can impeach Donald J. Trump. That's not a message that's going to resonate with Americans who are going to be enjoying the summer now, enjoying their vacations, enjoying their trips on the boat because gas prices are low, because flight costs are going to drop. They're going to be having one heck of a summer, enjoying their time with more money in their pockets. In the meantime, the Democrats are walking around in circles, dealing with their own personal identity crisis. And
then I want to get to Dan. Do me a favor. Get up. Get cut 2 up for Mark and I. The economy booming. We've been saying this for weeks. Once this gas prices come down, the Democrats are done because the foundation of this economy has been phenomenal. We have new data that shows the U.S. economy grew even faster than we thought initially after it got readjusted. In the first quarter of 2026, we've got GDP at plus 2.1% in the middle of a war. Dan, 2. Roll it.
We'll keep on it.
Sure.
Thank you, Rich. So new data out today shows the U.S. economy grew faster than initially thought during the first quarter of 2026. The final reading puts Q1 GDP at 2.1%. The figure was initially estimated at 2% before being lowered to 1.6% in the Commerce Department's first revision. Also today, the Federal Reserve's preferred inflation gauge hit its highest level in 3 years. The personal consumption expenditures price index climbed 4.1% year over year during the month of May. That is more than double the Fed's 2% target. The White House says it expects overall inflation to fall now that the memorandum of understanding has been signed with Iran. Stocks were mixed today amid AI spending and Fed interest rate worries. The Dow jumped to 72.
What are they going to do, right? I mean, this economy is booming. We've had this growth. Remember, this is in the first quarter where you had this, where they had adjusted it down. Now they have to adjust it back up. So there's shenanigans going on there. But let's get to cut 7 here. CNBC saying that personal income for the month of May almost doubled expectations. Unbelievable. Cut 7. Take a look.
All right, personal income for the month of May, almost twice expectations, comes out up 0.7, strongest number since January of 24, equals where we were about a year ago in July.
Mark, what are they going to run on, Mark?
Nothing. Listen, John, I'm a son of a truck driver. I'm a blue collar guy. Grew up blue collar. I can tell you, my dad and his trucker buddies, they're celebrating. They've got more money in their pockets because of Donald Trump's policies. President Trump really is the blue collar billionaire. He has been talking about Americans being ripped off since the early 1980s, and now that he's in office, he's doing something about it. America's been ripped off. The American consumer's been ripped off. And he's creating policies and momentum that the Democrats cannot stop. And so, again, this is why they are in big trouble during this midterm election cycle. President Trump made history in 2016 when he beat the Democratic establishment and Hillary Clinton. President Trump is going to make history during the 2026 midterm election cycle because he's going to defy all odds, defy historical precedents. And I think we're going to maintain the House and Senate so that we can continue this prosperity going into the 2030 presidential election.
You know what else, Mark? This campaign is going to be fun. This is going to be a fun campaign. When the economic numbers are going your way and there's peace, and Washington, D.C., he's turned in, as you know, I live here, the safest, most beautiful city in America. This is going to be a fun campaign. Like, a lot of people are dreading it in the midterms and impeachment and this and that. And, you know, the Democrats and the polls and everybody hates Trump, Trump derangement syndrome. But when you're going around following a campaign and you're out there campaigning and people have money in their pocket and their wages are up and jobs numbers continue to go through the roof, their private sector jobs. We got this small business growth is at record numbers. People opening up small businesses all over the place. All of this going on, and there's peace. It's called a fun campaign. They're miserable. They think America sucks. They hate the country. It's wretched. They're communist. They want to take everything. They want to have billionaire taxes in California. All that's going on. And we're going to be going around like Johnny Appleseed. I don't see how they win.
Listen, the canary in the coal mine, John, is what's happening in Chicago, my hometown. I'm talking to you right now from my underground bunker. But you've got the Chicago Bears that are probably going to leave Illinois altogether because of failed Democrat policies. J.B. Pritzker is the poster child for progressive Democrats in America. 500,000 residents have left, 1,200 businesses, including very large businesses. And now it looks like one of the founding NFL franchise teams is going to be leaving Illinois altogether and going.
Come on, are the Bears really going to go to Indiana? I mean, is that real?
It is. It is. Taxes. Think about this. What they don't think about, the McCaskey family, when Virginia McCaskey died, her estate tax was enormous. Enormous. Because of all the taxes, there's a lot of McCaskies out there. Because of all the taxes in Illinois, you've got some McCaskey family members that are getting like only $60,000 checks a year. It's because of the high taxes. What Indiana is offering, low taxes, big business climate. While we're losing people and businesses, they're gaining people and gaining businesses. These are progressive policies. They're driving people out. They're driving businesses out. And now they're driving professional sports teams out of their states to look for something, to look for a better climate. This is the canary in the coal mine. And I believe that you're seeing this in Los Angeles. We're seeing this in Seattle, where you've got billionaires leaving Seattle and you've got the socialist mayor now begging for them to come back because she was like, bye-bye, right? And now she realized they've got a gap in their budget. This is the mistakes. The Democrats are making more mistakes than Yogi Berra trying to recite Shakespeare. And this is going to cost them in the midterm election.
You know, it's interesting you talk about this Seattle mayor because I should almost get that clip where they were threatening to leave and she said bye-bye and actually waved.
That's right.
Right? And now you're right. Now she's begging them to come back because they don't have any money because they're the ones that paid the taxes. This is how moronic these people are.
And it's all on live television. Everyone can see it, right? She's mocking billionaires and waving goodbye. And now, as President Trump said, she's begging like a dog for them to come back. We're going to see this happen in every blue city and every blue state. They're driving out the job creators. They're driving out the individuals that pay all the taxes. And so what's going to be left? Nothing. People are going to be gone. These cities are going to go to hell until the voters realize that the solution is not progressive policies. The solution is the MAGA Republican under President Donald Trump: prosperity, safety, security, economic development, job creation. We're already seeing it at the macro level. At the micro level, we're going to see major changes like we're seeing in California.
You know what's going to be beautiful about this is if we can hold the midterms in 26, and I think we will, we're guaranteed to win in 28 because we're going to get additional seats in 28 in Mississippi. I don't know what's going on in Georgia. I think they're all, scared. The mob's ruling there. And then when 2030 comes and the new census comes, they're done. They're never going to win again because we're going to gain 15 or 20 seats just on the people that have come into the red areas, right?
Well, that's right. And we think about the Save America Act too. Imagine the progress we'll make in cutting out mail-in ballots. I mean, that process is just so corrupt. Imagine what we can do. We can stop Democrats from gerrymandering where you have 20 houses on one street and 4 congressional districts. Imagine if we balance the scale. And that's true. That you see that in Chicagoland area. One street, 25 houses, 4 congressional districts. I wish I was saying that was a joke. But imagine we cut that out. We balance the scales. We end the mail-in ballot stuff. The finicky business. I mean, I'm in Chicago where they professionalize corruption and stealing votes. It's stealing elections is as American as apple pie in places like downtown Chicago. Imagine how we'd be able to balance the scales with all of this going into elections. We'll win elections from now until the end of time.
They'll never have a majority again. After 2030, we need to hold out for 2 more terms. They'll never have a majority again, because the influx of conservative voters going out of these blue states and coming into the red states and the new census. The other thing is, in the new census, they're not going to be able to count illegals. That's what they banked on. SCOTUS has already said that. They're not going to be able to do that again, so they're done.
No, and think about this, John, as the Obama Library, this is Democrat policies, 5 years late and $500 million over budget, right? This is what Democrat policies look like when they try and run something.
All right, Mark Vargas, people want to follow you, stay in touch with you. Where do they go?
X at Mark A. Vargas, IllinoisReview.com, and my Newsmax column, The Potomac Perspective.
The Potomac Perspective. I like that. Very nice. Mark, thank you. Thanks for being with us today. Good to see you again, Mark.
Take care.
I just can't think of the Bears playing in Indiana. Like, I can't get my head around it, dude. Like, I know they're still going to be called the Chicago Bears. I mean, I'm from New York, New Jersey. It took me a while to get like, why are the Jets in New Jersey? Like, it's just wrong. Giants, who cares? Like, why are the Jets in New Jersey? But then, after a while, that's still the New York Jets. They play in the Meadowlands, whatever. Stadium sucks. Whatever. MetLife. But Indiana Bears? I don't see it.
Landover Redskins, right?
Oh, don't even get me started. Don't even get me started. They're coming back to D.C. We need to change the name back. But hey, I'll end on this. Go Caps. Thanks, Mark.
Thank you.
For being with us. John Fredericks Media Network. Speaking of sports, Godzilla wins tomorrow, 9 o'clock. Astros win again last night, 2-1. As bad as they've been, you're only a game and a half out. And everybody's coming back. That's why everybody hates us. It's good to be hated. John Fredericks Media Network. Rob Crilly, Mets fan. They suck. He's next.
Breaking news this hour from Town Hall. I'm Rich Thomason. With thousands still unaccounted for, search and rescue crews are scrambling to locate people trapped beneath the debris of earthquake-shattered buildings in Venezuela.
They are working around the clock in rescue teams, trying to pull people from the rubble. These first hours are absolutely crucial, aren't they, to get to those voices that they can hear under the rubble. The Venezuelan emergency services are experienced in this area, actually. However, the last years of brain drain, of such a massive exodus of young people, have impacted their ability to operate in emergency services. But look, they are working around the clock. They're attempting to reach those most affected in the state of La Guaira.
The BBC's Will Grant says the death toll has risen to 265. U.S. resources, equipment, and personnel are being dispatched to the scene, along with aid from many other countries. Australia's groundbreaking law bans social media use by the under-16 crowd will be undergoing some tweaking.
What we want to do is to make sure that the laws are as strong as possible and that they will withstand any legal challenges which are made. These are not uncontroversial. When I say that, though, they're not controversial amongst the Australian public and amongst parents because they know that this is a world-leading ban.
Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese, apparently the law not been quite as effective as initially hoped. 6-3 ruling by the Supreme Court clears the way for an end to temporary protected status for hundreds of thousands of Haitians living in the U.S. Russia says it intercepted 660 Ukrainian drones over a dozen Russian regions overnight, as well as over the illegally annexed territory of Crimea. On Wall Street this morning, the Dow futures are down 44 points. NASDAQ futures off 366 points. Townhall.com.
Health insurance rates are surging in America, leaving millions without affordable options. If you're sick of having paychecks eaten up by healthcare costs or dealing with mega corporations, then listen to this. Christians don't need to waste money on a broken system. That's why I want to tell you about Christian Healthcare Ministries. It's an alternative to traditional health insurance at half the cost. With CHM, fellow believers contribute monthly to help pay each other's medical bills. There's no enrollment period, so you can join anytime. And you aren't restricted to provider networks, so you choose the doctors and hospitals you want. It's that simple. CHM is not insurance. It's a ministry that puts faith into action. Feel the difference of financial support and biblical care from fellow believers. Join CHM today by visiting chministries.org/wellness. That's chministries.org/wellness.
A significant anniversary for Native Americans.
Native American tribes are marking the 150th anniversary of the Battle of Little Bighorn. Tribes came together on a sweltering day in June of 1876 to defeat Lieutenant Colonel George Armstrong Custer and more than 200 of his troops.
I don't have nothing good to say about Custer. You know, the stories that I've heard of this man, you know, he was no human being, it almost sounds like. For what was left of him on this earth, remains are all over this earth, right up there.
William Goodbird is a traditional singer from the Spirit Lake Dakota Nation. Custer's defeat stunned Americans on what was the country's 100th anniversary. I'm Ed Donahue.
As Greece braces for another wildfire season, a new group of suitcase-sized satellites will alert the first signs of fire. The system could save lives, protect communities, and advance Europe's drive for technological independence. News and analysis, townhall.com. A violent outburst on the ladies' basketball courts.
The WNBA has suspended Phoenix's Alyssa Thomas for one game after she made contact with her fist to Caitlin Clark's throat in Wednesday night's matchup against Indiana. It happened in the second quarter and was deemed to be a non-basketball act. The league gave Thomas a flagrant foul 2 penalty for it. No foul was called on the play by officials. The WNBA is allowed to review a game to reclassify a flagrant foul or to classify as flagrant any foul not called as such during a game. Thomas will serve her suspension on Saturday when the Mercury visits the Toronto Tempo. I'm Lisa Dwyer.
$3.90 a gallon. That is AAA's national average for regular gasoline as of this morning, and that is down a penny from yesterday. More on these stories, townhall.com.
Traded time people could spend on a task without becoming distracted was 12 seconds. 5 years later, it was only 8 seconds, 1 second less than a goldfish. If you're often distracted or have trouble recalling information, you're likely to fall behind in the demanding, fast-paced 21st century. In other words, brain performance is more critical now than ever. Boost your brain power with Healthy Cell's Focus Plus Recall. Science-backed nootropics to help you sharpen focus, concentrate longer, enhance recall, improve mental speed, learn rapidly, and be more alert. It's a pill-free brain supplement made with maximum absorption ingestible gel technology, designed to feed your brain at the cellular level. Take it for a test drive. Go to healthycell.com and use code GODZILLA for 20% off your first order of Focus Plus Recall. That's healthycell.com, code GODZILLA for 20% off.
The Trump administration has brought positive changes when it comes to fixing our broken healthcare system. If we really want to make America healthy again, well, that starts at home. And that's where the Wellness Company comes in. You see and hear from the Wellness Company doctors all the time, and you know their products are the gold standard for keeping you and your family safe and healthy, giving you the opportunity to make sure you're prepared for whatever happens with their prescription medical kits. Additionally, the Wellness Company offers a variety of products, from parasite cleanses to methylene blue to weight loss and so much more. Make America healthy again starts at home. Do your part and protect the health of you and your family. Live a healthier, longer, and more satisfying life. Go to twc.health/Godzilla and order. That's twc.health/Godzilla. Use promo code Godzilla to save 10% today.
Hey folks, Al Green here for SatPhone. When you're on the go, you want to know you're connected. If it's a family vacation or an off-the-grid escape to a remote destination, having reliable communication helps you feel safe and secure. You can't afford to find yourself in a dead zone. That's why you need SatPhone. SatPhones are reliable, durable, and give you global coverage. If you can get outside, you can get in touch. It's that simple. Make calls from your SatPhone to any regular cell phone in the United States. The phones are $1,500 value, but you can get yours free. Just sign up for a 15-month plan, $94.95 a month. Get 150 minutes monthly that roll to the next month. Go 3 months without using them, that's fine. Yes, 3 months, 450 minutes, all yours. Visit SAT123.com or call 855-980-5830. SAT123.com, 855-980-5830. Get surety and security with your sat phone. Call now. Trump 2.0 is in full effect. How do you keep up with all the action? I'll tell you. TrumpNationNews.com is your inside source for the inside scoop. Manufacturing, jobs, deportations, and the nation's rejuvenation. The first 100 days and beyond. All the news you need and no liberal gibberish. It's the perfect way to start your day. Sign up for the TNN newsletter. Do it today. TrumpNationNews.com. TrumpNationNews.com. Part of the John Fredericks Media Network.
1775 Coffee is giving away free starter kits. Try the dark or medium roast coffee with Longevity Blend, an infused blend with anti-aging supplements clinically proven to reduce biological age. When you purchase the first 2 bags, you'll receive a free 1775 starter kit, including a third 16-ounce bag of coffee, a matte black tumbler, a frother, a gold scoop, or a reusable K-cup filter. Just order now at 1775coffee.com/Godzilla and claim your free 1775 starter kit while supplies last.
And later on,
that summer's close. The crack of bats where heroes rose. We cheered at games beneath the sky, remembering those who sacrificed. Oh, liberty, land of the brave and true, blessed by God in all we do, from golden shores to mountains grand. The greatest blessing in this land, we raise our voices clear and bold, a story that will not grow old.
Live from the studios of the John Fredericks Media Network, it's The John Fredericks Show. Grab yourself a cup of 1775 coffee, sit back, and get ready for the best 4 hours of talk in the universe. To be part of the show, just call our toll-free number, 888-480-5646. And now, here's the Godzilla of Truth, the Oracle of the Deplorables, the man about whom John Stamos once said, now there's a good-looking dude, John Fredericks.
It's great to have you back on the John Fredericks Media Network. I am your Godzilla of the Truth in America, your Oracle of the Deplorables, coming to you live, TGIF, from Colonial Downs in New Kent. It's the most beautiful racetrack in the world. Post time, 12:30 today, Saturday, Sunday, summer racing all through September 7th. We're going to be right here at our suite in Colonial Downs. I'd love to be in Washington, D.C., but it's a lot more fun here. Now, 12:30 post time. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, parking free, general admission is free, everything is free, kids are free, food is great, see the horses, have a great time. Win money, have fun, go to colonialdowns.com for more information, colonialdowns.com. Got Rob Crilly coming up here in a moment, and we're going to be with you very quickly. And yes, I will get you titles. And by the way, Dan, just so I have something else I have to tell you. So call me at the next break here, Dan, if you get a minute, because I forgot to update you on something, which is very important. This segment brought to you by our good friends at Patriot Mobile. For 10 years, Patriot Mobile has been your only Christian conservative company. Portion of whatever they make goes to support Christian conservative causes. But even better than that, they have great service. Look, I got 3 phones. Obama said he had a phone and a pen. So I was like, that's pretty good, Obama. A phone and a pen. I like that. So I figured I'm going to get 3 phones and 3 pens. That's why I can sell all these ads, because I got 3 phones and 3 pens. So it's all good. So here's the deal. PatriotMobile.com. Save money. BOGO. You know what a BOGO is? Buy one, get one. No, you don't get an extra phone for free. No, that's not what they do. You get 2 carriers for the price of 1. The most brilliant thing Glenn Story has ever come up with. So you sign up for Patriot Mobile. I pay $59 a month. Each phone, I get free everything, right? Data, this, that, phone calls. But here's the beauty of it. I get 2 carriers. So you pick your 2 carriers you want. They go on the same towers. I pick Verizon and AT&T. So in DC, AT&T rules, get 5 bars. Go to Maryland, goes down the tubes, 2 bars. What? Verizon, 5 bars? They all automatically switch over. I do nothing. The most brilliant thing ever. Why wouldn't you do that, right? The most brilliant thing ever. Glenn Story is a visionary. Why not save money? Promo code Godzilla. Say you want 2 carriers for the price of 1. Activation fee, $35. You want that gone. You don't want to pay that either. With my promo code, that's free. Well, do I have to change anything? What about my photos? And do I have to get the pair of tweezers with the SIM card? No, those days are gone. Everything is done over the cloud. Takes about 15 minutes right over the phone. By the way, when you call them, they answer. Somebody answers and speaks English. I bet the over-under. I always bet the under on 4 rings. The under always wins. They answer the phone. They speak English. One of the most incredible things you've ever seen in your life. Whoever answers the phone first wins. Simple. Answer the phone. You win. That's it. just got to answer the phone. An incredible sales tip from me. All you got to do is go to patriotmobile.com, patriotmobile.com. Say you want the BOGO, 2 carats for the price of one. You want to save money, you want free activation, promo code Godzilla. Or you can call them. Yes, they will answer the phone. Under 4 rings. 972-PATRIOT. That's 972-PATRIOT. Tell them you want the Godzilla promo. You're going to get red carpet treatment from Glenn Story and his team in Dallas. Great people. 972-PATRIOT. Rob Crilly wishes his phones are on Patriot Mobile. And he's joining us now. Rob Crilly, now you can follow him, Washington Examiner, WashingtonExaminer.com/secrets, Mr. Secrets, WashingtonExaminer.com/secrets. You can get Rob Crilly there. Rob, thanks for joining us today. Not in studio, but by remotely. Good to have you with us, Rob. I'm not getting your audio, and you froze. You froze. So, Rob, if you had Patriot Mobile, you'd be able to switch over and get better service than you have right now. So, Rob, call 972-PATRIOT, and you're good. And you're good to go. Okay, now let's get to a couple clips here while we're waiting for Rob to figure out how to do cool things like get on the internet. Let's get to Ford CEO Jim Farley. He's kind of pissing me off because he won't put AM radio in his cars. But I'll give him a pass for a day. He said Ford is the number one with American workers. That's why we're investing in the U.S. We have the highest quality. Go Ford, I guess. CEO that is going to be cut 9. Roll it.
America, we make 85% of our products here in the U.S. Our even domestic competitors don't do that. You know, they import literally millions of vehicles in the U.S. Why are we doing it? We just won the J.D. Powers IQS first 90 days of initial quality. We beat every one of the mainstream brands, including Toyota, Hyundai, anyone, all those companies importing those vehicles from Canada, Mexico, and overseas. Ford is number one with American workers. That's why we're investing in the U.S., because we have high quality. We have the highest quality. You no longer have to choose between the best quality and buying American. Just buy a Ford. That's why we're investing in America.
Rob, we got him back? Rob, you getting my audio?
I can hear you fine. Can you hear me?
Okay, good. Yeah, we're good. Okay, we got Rob Crilly back. Rob, thanks for being with us. Lots going on right now. I was in the White House in the Oval Office on Wednesday, asked the question about the oil companies' price gouging. Now we've got video. That was number one. President Trump went on for 10 minutes explaining about how the reflecting pool, which is Trump derangement syndrome ground zero, was sabotage and that there was vandals in there cutting the liner. The fake news was mocking him. Now we've got evidence showing that. These people are going to go to jail, Rob, for 10 years. Why don't we start with price gouging and then get to some of the main things that you've been following in secrets. Oil company price gouging. Prices went up immediately, but they didn't come down immediately. How's that work?
John, you sound surprised. We know the oil company do this every time. The gas company do this every time. First of all, you see the oil feed price, and of course, we're not going to defend companies. I mean, these guys have basically been printing money all year. But what I would say is I am skeptical that this is all over in Iran. I am skeptical that the Strait of Hormuz is really open. I mean, we saw an attack by the IRGC in the past 24 hours or so. I suspect that we're going to see some more oil price shocks. And actually, I'm not surprised that gas prices have stayed up there for a little while, because, I mean, if I had the money, I'd be buying oil ETFs myself, because I think the prices are going to go back up. We're not out of this. And as I say, I'm no spokesman for the oil industry. I'm no spokesman for the gas companies. But I'm not surprised they haven't brought them down. If they have a chance, we live in a free market capitalist society, John. This is what they do.
Well, listen, Trump says he's launching a DOJ investigation. And he told me right there in the Oval Office with my question that if he finds out that they have been artificially holding up prices, they're going to be in big trouble. Not sure what that means, but I'd hate to be on the other end of that. But Rob, you talk about the straits. Iran has no ability to close the straits now. I mean, they could fire a drone at a cargo ship that if they fire 3, there's going to be a tremendous risk. They can't close the straits. We have a southern strip now that we have secured that's open. He was putting the ships through there in the middle of the night. Now it's open and secured by the U.S. Naval Armada out there. They have no ability to close the straits. This is just an IRGC saber rattling to save face.
I mean, maybe, but look, what does open, what does closed mean?
Open
what
is
it
the
means
ship
is
open as the oil gets through. We've flowed more oil through the straits in the last 3 days than they did in any 3 days ever before the conflict. So the thing is wide open.
But who decides whether or not
We do.
strait?
We decide.
No.
We got a whole Navy there. We decide, not them. They don't decide.
No, John, I tell you who decides. It's the insurance companies. When they give the ships the green light to go, that's when it's open. So they are assessing the risk. They are the ones ultimately who decide. Like, there's always a shady, I mean, this is my view. We could go back to the price gouging. There's always a big company earning hundreds of millions of dollars that's making the decisions. It's not when the president in the Oval Office says it's open. It's when some guy with a spreadsheet and charts phones up a captain and says, all right, you're good to go. We got you covered. That's when it opens. And there's a risk from drones. Slim might be. Who's going to, how much are these tankers fully laden worth? Hundreds of millions.
Why is it open now?
So look,
why are ships getting through now? Obviously, the guy with the green ice shade, Rob, signed off on it, right? Because ships are flowing at a record number. So how does this change?
But I'm just saying, I don't know this is open, but this is open for good. This isn't over. I think Iran retains some quite powerful cards. I think the White House, I think the administration has underestimated the power of Iran throughout this war, throughout this negotiation. And these drones only cost a few $1,000s, right? And Iran has hundreds and thousands of them. So look, I mean, there's good news this week, but I wonder what happens next week.
Well, I don't know what they shut off a drone. Okay, if they keep doing it, we're going to take Carg Island. We're going to take all their oil, and then we're going to blow them to smithereens. I don't know where they're going with this. We have the whole Gulf partners behind us. We've got a bigger peace opportunity there than we've had in my lifetime ever, probably since the Shah got deposed. And so, and we control that southern strip, which the ships can flow through, and they have no ability to shut that down. So I really don't see taking the Iranian position here. And I think I had Colonel Dunn on earlier, and I think he nailed it. He said, look, the IRGC is no longer making the decisions, but here's what happens. The pragmatists in there that are signing the deal have to placate the extremist by saying, yeah, well, it's not really a deal. But it is a deal because they signed it. So the ships are getting through. We'll see what happens. I'm much more optimistic.
Well,
Rob,
let me come back to the other point you made. Let me link these two things together. Like, I hear what you're saying about the power of the American military, but let's face it, this administration can't even keep a reflecting pool clean. I was down there. Now, you might talk about Trump derangement syndrome, but I went down to have a look at the reflecting pool last Sunday. Have you been? Have you been to take a look at it?
Go ahead, Rob.
No, I was saying, have you been down to take a look at the reflecting
Yes, I've
pool?
been there. Ann and I have been there. I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question. Ann and I have been there twice. When it first opened, and it was blue, and then there was algae there. But now they've got evidence of somebody cutting the lining, peeling the paint off. They've got other evidence of somebody going there in the middle of the night and dumping something in it, fertilizer or something that was going to grow the algae. So this idea that the contractors came in and they're so incompetent that they couldn't get the job done. Well, we've all had things done in our homes that contractors came in, it didn't work. You simply call them back and they fix it. I don't get this whole thing with the algae. Like what? Like Trump is so incompetent that there's algae there? I mean, is that what you actually believe, Rob?
No, and that's not what I'm saying. But what I'm saying is this is an incredibly hard thing to do. I went down on Sunday and I had a stroll around. I walked the whole lap. I talked to lots of people, really interesting. Some people there were there and said, Trump's done a fantastic job. Everything's looking much better down here. But look, not everything is perfect. It needs a bit more work. And then other people, I mean, one guy was visiting from New York. It was Father's Day. He was visiting his daughters. He said he'd come to take a look and he wanted to congratulate the algae because the single-celled organisms had won. So there was a mix of views. But as I was just getting ready to leave, I saw a woman approach the pond and stand at the edge and stare right down into the water. I said, I thought I'd do one last quick interview. And I said, oh, what do you think? Is it better or worse than you expected? And she said, well, look, I have a PhD in blue-green algae. And so I stumbled across an expert who was there and told me exactly what was going on. And she said some of the cleanup methods were bang on. There was a white froth right out in the middle of the pool. She said this was a nano bubbler, probably pumping ozone into the water. And what this does is it breaks apart the cells, that they just burst. So it's a very, very good way of cleaning them up. And meanwhile, she put the yellow cells, dead cells, they drop to the bottom. So you saw the park workers with these big vacuum cleaners essentially scooping all that up. And she said, well, look, this doesn't really have much to do with the lining. What this has to do with was the warm weather. Not much Trump can do about that. And then the other problem she pointed to was nutrients in the water, whether it's kind of runoff from fertilizer and stuff in, or the way that the pool had been filled in the past with river water. And she said one of the problems with this cleanup is it lyses the cells, it makes them pop, and then all those nutrients just kind of leak out into the water again. So this cleanup has to be a sort of permanent, non-stop measure until they can build it into the system itself, into the plumbing of the pool. So if you want to criticize Donald Trump, you could say, well, look, this was a very fast effort to get it done before the 250. I think it needs a lot more work, doing a lot more being spent to make it a permanent fix. But yeah, look, I agree with you, John. Look, you have this big pool of standing water. Algae, it gets really warm and it creates perfect conditions for algae to form. Whether or not the lining is replaced or
so it looked like crap for 30 years. It had algae in it for 30 years. You try to look at the bottom of it, it's all dirt. So for 30 years, it looked like garbage. So he tried to fix it. And so he's having problems getting it done. And, Gene Pirro says there's been vandals and they got video and people are going to get indicted. And, it's all alleged. So we'll see what happens. By the way, if they get convicted, 10 years. Hope things work out, right? Can't do that. Maybe the videos are maybe they're. Go ahead. Did Rob freeze again?
Let me add it's not a great connection today, but I just wanted to add one point. The woman I was speaking to, this PhD, Ashley Bear, who works in the industry, sort of ironically enough, she was in town because there was a huge conference this week of water purification experts, filtration experts, sewerage, piping, exactly the sort of people who are experts in all this kind of stuff. And actually, as we were talking, she pointed to our feet and said, oh, there's a dead duck. That makes me concerned. So you remember that picture of the dead duck that circulated? That was Washington Secrets. We found that. And look, she said, the algae that have been found in the pond so far, had been green algae, pretty harmless, right? The ducks can live side by side with that. She was concerned. Now we didn't do an autopsy. We don't know the cause of death, all the rest of it. But she said she would be concerned at seeing a dead animal in the water because it could be a sign that blue-green algae was starting to replace the green algae. Now, this is harmful. This does produce toxins. This is a problem for wildlife. But without further tests on the water, you can't be certain. But going back to your point, look, there's always been a problem with algae in this pond. It's always been a bit of a mess. I think, for me, this comes back to the president's communication strategy. And I think there's a parallel with Iran and the hoopla around this memorandum of understanding. Everything gets announced as a perfect fix. It's big news, it's headlines. Donald Trump himself will brief on it. The fact of the matter is the reflecting pools weren't solved, yet it was heralded as the end of the matter. The memorandum of understanding with Iran just kicks all the nuclear stuff down the road for 60 days. And let me tell you, it's what Iranian nuclear material within days. Yet, and so the president sets himself up in a way. He's saying everything is fine, everything is sorted. In 60 days' time, we could have more problems with the Iran deal. And in the same way, he said everything is beautiful about the reflecting pool, when in fact it wasn't really. So I think there's a communications issue for the White House here. It's something this has been a factor of Trump's candidacy, his presidency. It's one of the things that makes him fun to cover. But I think sometimes it means that what would be a good day is presented as a perfect day. And we all know there are no such things as perfect days.
Well, it's a perfect day when the economy is booming, when jobs are up, wages are up, GDP is up, gas is down. People are getting better jobs, they're higher wages. That doubled expectations. Then it's a good day. There's peace in the Middle East. That's a good day. Oil is flowing. That's a good day. Washington, D.C. is now the safest, most beautiful city in America. That's a good day. I can take Ann to dinner after dark without taking an Uber. We can walk 3 blocks. We can go on the metro. We can go on a bus. The National Guard is there. My wife is safe. That's a damn good day. We're having a lot of good days, Rob. A lot of good days. I love what President Trump has done. We're not going to agree here. There's peace. Prosperity is coming. Wages are up. And I live in the safest, most beautiful city in America, the Disneyland of the North, Washington, D.C. And if Janice Lewis George tries to change it, I got a news flash. Home rule is gone. See ya. Rob, really, thanks for being with us. You can follow Rob. Go to WashingtonExaminer.com/secrets, WashingtonExaminer.com/secrets. Coming up next, Neil McKay, my man in the street. Keep it right here.
And no liberal gibberish. It's the perfect way to start your day. Sign up for the TNN newsletter. Do it today. TrumpNationNews.com. TrumpNationNews.com. Part of the John Fredericks Media Network. The Cats and Cosby Show.
It's the top news of the day.
People are out there saying, oh, the Iranians are never going to live by it. But let me tell you something. President Trump is going to bomb them again if they screw around.
Hopefully they live up to it. And if not,
Hey,
the
man.
pounding's coming. We're going to do it again and again and again.
The Cats and Cosby Show. Weekdays 5 Eastern, 4 Central on the stations of the John Fredericks Media Network.
Trump is the toughest president we ever had.
Well, he's definitely the best bomber.
The Trump administration has brought positive changes when it comes to fixing our broken healthcare system. If we really want to make America healthy again, well, that starts at home. And that's where the Wellness Company comes in. You see and hear from the Wellness Company doctors all the time, and you know their products are the gold standard for keeping you and your family safe and healthy, giving you the opportunity to make sure you're prepared for whatever happens with their prescription medical kits. Additionally, the Wellness Company offers a variety of products, from parasite cleanses to methylene blue to weight loss and so much more. Make America healthy again starts at home. Do your part and protect the health of you and your family. Live a healthier, longer, and more satisfying life. Go to twc.health/Godzilla and order. That's twc.health/Godzilla. Use promo code Godzilla to save 10% today.
For the first time ever, we're bringing you My Pillow mattresses and mattress toppers for as low as $99.98. Remember, sleep's all about temperature and pressure points. Whatever sleep needs you have, we have the right technology for you. Like our My Pillow mattress topper, our queen size has over 10,000 individual comfort supports to help relieve your pressure points. And how about our 3-inch Hybrid Plus mattress topper? It's infused with copper and silver to help your body get the restorative sleep it needs. And our My Pillow and Case Coil mattresses, I personally helped develop these mattresses to make sure they have everything needed to give us great sleep. Plus, they're made right here in the USA, and they ship right to your front door, absolutely free.
Go to MyPillow.com or call 800-854-0504 and use promo code Godzilla to get MyPillow mattresses and toppers for as low as $99.98 and free shipping.
Hey folks, Al Green here for SatPhone. When you're on the go, you want to know you're connected. If it's a family vacation or an off-the-grid escape to a remote destination, having reliable communication helps you feel safe and secure. You can't afford to find yourself in a dead zone. That's why you need SatPhone. SatPhones are reliable, durable, and give you global coverage. If you can get outside, you can get in touch. It's that simple. Make calls from your SatPhone to any regular cell phone in the United States. The phones are a $1,500 value, but you can get yours free. Just sign up for a 15-month plan, $94.95 a month. Get 150 minutes monthly that roll to the next month. Go 3 months without using them, that's fine. Yes, 3 months, 450 minutes, all yours. Visit SAT123.com or call 855-980-5830. SAT123.com, 855-980-5830. Get surety and security with your SatPhone. Call now.
He's your Godzilla of the truth in America.
It's Godzilla!
No gibberish or nonsense, just common sense. And now back to the John Fredericks Show.
Well, it's good to be back here. TGIF, we're having such a great time. Hey, that was a fun exchange with Rob Crilly. He's probably rooting against the United States in the World Cup. I can guarantee you that. Unbelievable. I mean, I like Rob. You know, he's a friend of mine, but I love to debate him. But the negativity, like I went to have you and Ann been in the reflection pool? Yeah, we've been there twice, dude. Like, it's where we live. Like, we just walk there. Like, what are you talking about? I mean, he's like, oh, you know, there's algae and there's blue. There's a dead duck. Excuse me? There's a dead duck. I know ducks die. They don't live forever. Like, ducks die, right? I love ducks. I like to feed them at McPherson Square. What the hell are you talking about? Oh, Trump calls the algae and killed the duck. No, dude. No. Okay. Unbelievable. This reflection pool, I'm telling you, it is TDS ground zero. It's like everybody's glomming onto this. Like the thing was a disaster for 30 years. It looked like crap for 30 years. Finally, the guy's trying to fix it. And it's like, oh my God, there's algae. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. It's not blue. The paint peeled. Oh my God. The paint peeled. Oh my God, they're going to close the straits. They fired a drone. Get a life, man. These people are just incredible. This is the safest, most beautiful city in America. I'm coming to you live today, though, from Colonial Downs. Great to have you with us. Do we have on, is Neil on, Dan?
Yep, he's here.
Okay. We'll get to Matt and Dave in a minute, but I want to respect Neil's time. He's out at 8:50. Neil McCabe, my man in the street. Great to see you, Neil.
Hey, how about that duck, huh?
This is like a duck died in the National Mall. Okay. I mean, like ducks die of old age, right? Or they eat something they shouldn't have eaten. Unbelievable.
It's my understanding that the duck was only supposed to be attacked. That was a CIA false flag operation. And they hired the mafia to do the false flag, and the CIA at the last minute, the CIA called it off, and then the FBI, the mafia rather, they just went ahead and killed the duck. And so, but those files will never be released. We'll never see those files. Now that Tulsi Gabbard's gone, We'll never see those duck files.
I gotta write that down. The duck files. Oh my God, that is
what
the
happened?
new scandal. That's the new scandal in D.C. The duck files.
I want to know who saw the duck last, because that's the murderer. Who would benefit from this crime? Cui bono, John. Day one. Cui bono.
The duck. I mean, that his argument against Trump's initiative to clean up a reflection pool that has been a disaster for like 30 years. I've never seen it where there's not algae, and he tried to clean it up. And his answer was, well, a duck died.
I will tell you this. This is not why I called, but I a few years ago, I did a private sort of dive study into the World War II war correspondent, Ernie Pyle. Huge fan of Ernie Pyle. I've read all his columns before the war, in Europe, in the Pacific. I'm an absolute devotee of Ernie Pyle. And he always focused on very small things, individuals. And I developed this idea from Ernie Pyle that microcosm becomes allegory. And last night, or 2 nights ago, at the rally on the mall with the president, I saw Emily Miller, who is a great friend and a great reporter. And she, on her own social media, has made herself this sort of expert on the reflecting pool. And it's the only thing she does. She's there all day. She talks to the park police. She talks to the protesters. She talks to everybody. And I told her, I said, microcosm becomes allegory. And all of the issues that you're dealing with at the reflecting pool are writ large in the country. It's the same forces at play. That Olympic canoeist, right, who was arrested from Bethesda, he's just not some kid who wandered into the pond, right? He's a guy who's previously been arrested by the park police for canoeing in restricted areas after a flood. And he's also a member of this organization that does an annual Potomac River cleanup, which is full of very posh leftists, Obama people. And I mentioned this to Emily, and she says, yeah, these Potomac cleanup people, they're like personally threatening me, right? It's like a thing. There's a whole underground going on about this reflecting pool, John.
The reflecting pool has become Trump derangement syndrome ground zero. I mean, this is the same pool that has had the same algae in it for 30 years. All of a sudden, he tries to fix it, and everybody, like, that's all they talk about. And you had Rob Crilly on. Look, I like Rob,
who we love,
honestly. And,
we love.
You and I know him, and he's a good guy to go have a beer with, even though the Mets suck.
Great reporter.
Right?
Great, legendary
reporter. He's a great reporter. But he's trying to draw a similarity between the reflection pool and the Straits of Hormuz. I mean, what?
If I didn't have this segment and you carried Rob over, right? We were going to learn from Crilly that the blue-green algae has turned the reflecting pool into a bioweapon.
Killing ducks. And he actually
the ducks. Ducks live forever, by the way. You're right.
That's what I'm saying. Ducks die of old age. And he said, he actually said this. That's got to be the most hilarious segment with Crilly I've had this side of making fun of the New York Mets. He actually said, well, we haven't done an autopsy on the duck.
I would love to find out. I would love to find out that duck died of a broken heart. And
oh my God, Rod, you can't make this stuff up, Neil. I tell you what, I don't know what the hell's going on here, but these people are bat crap crazy, all of them. That the Trump derangement syndrome, like, it doesn't matter what this guy does. Like, who cares about the reflection?
The opposition to Trump and his supporters is class. The professional upper class thinks Trump and his supporters are peasants. And it's just never going to change. Like these people, like, it's just like all these rhinos who hang out with the Democrats, take their kids to horseback riding lessons together, and their kids are all in the crew and lacrosse teams. It doesn't matter because it's tribal and it's class. So it doesn't matter what Trump does. They just hate Trump and his supporters because this is their country and they don't know why someone else is trying to run it.
Reporter McCabe with us live. He's in Pebble Beach at the White House. You can see the well, you can't see his video now, but I know where he is. The Eisenhower office building behind him. So that's where he's got to face his camera.
I turned to the sun, John, so that you didn't have a silhouette. That's why you have this.
I have done that. When I see the Eisenhower building behind you, and I have to do that sometimes because if the sun is there, all you see is a shadow. So you did absolutely the right thing. But it's good to have you with us. Now, I was here all day Wednesday. What are you covering today, Neil McCabe? More rhinos not passing the SAVE Act? What's up?
Well, the president speaks at Faith and Freedom this afternoon. So that should be a barn burner. And we'll just see how it plays out. The Senate is in a pro forma session, which means that they have like a fake recess. The Constitution says in Article 1 that neither chamber, the House or Senate, can adjourn for more than 3 days without the permission of the other chamber. So the Senate can't leave town and the House can't leave town unless they have permission from the other chamber. And Harry Reid invented the pro forma session where every 3 days they gavel in a fake session, which lasts about 10 seconds. And that sort of counts. But obviously, this is an unconstitutional dodge. But everyone has allowed it to happen. Now, when Harry Reid did it, the Republicans rolled with it. And then they just started doing it themselves. And so, the House says, hey, we're not going to vote on anything until they pass the SAVE Act. What they should say is, we won't vote on anything until you stop this pretend recess, because it's a constitutional stripping of rights from the House of Representatives. And the other thing is, and this is Jonathan Turley has talked about this too, is the president of the Senate is J.D. Vance. He walks into the room, the chamber. He doesn't ask to be recognized like the majority leader. Like when Thune walks in, he raises his hand. He's automatically recognized. That's the right of the majority leader. But Vance is the presiding officer. And so he takes the gavel, he declares the Senate in recess. And then it sticks unless the senators vote to overturn the ruling, but there's no one there. So if there's no one there, there's no one to object. He bangs the thing into recess, and then Trump can get recess appointments for all these judges, U.S. attorneys.
If we can do that, why don't we do it?
President Ronald Reagan got 240 recess appointments. Trump got none in 45, none in 47. I don't know, because senatorial privilege is more important than the president's agenda. It's more important than clean elections. It's more important than borders. It's more important than law enforcement. The rights of senators is more important than anything. So, and then you have, they just announced there are more judges confirmed so far in this term of 47 than were confirmed in 45. Well, no kidding. That's not hard to do, right? And by the way, judges are picked by senators. So the only people who ever got confirmed in Trump 45 were judges, because those judges are all classmates, former donors, former law partners of the senators. Senators pick judges. The White House just sort of says, okay, yes or no. But and then Thune has said, in a blue state, if there's a Democratic senator can block a Trump appointment for a judge or a U.S. attorney or a U.S. marshal. And so, what are you going to do? I mean, so if it's a state with a Democratic senator, the Trump Justice Department does not exist in that state. And it's the blue states where the Trump supporters are being prosecuted and persecuted and harassed and targeted to this day. I know 2 cases in Boston where Trump supporters are still being harangued by the U.S. attorney in Boston. And that's just the way it goes.
Neil McCabe, we need to get you on more. I'm going to call you later. What time are you available today?
Well, afternoon, after 12, you can imagine.
I'll call you at noon. Post time here. Post time here is 12:30. Once post time hits, I'm not available. Got to handicap these races. So,
Yeah.
I'll call you at noon.
We'll figure it out. I'm also going to be I want to plug an appearance. I will be appearing on the John Fredericks Radio Network with Michael Patrick Leahy sometime this morning also.
We're moving Leahy to 3 to 5 Eastern, August 17th.
Nashville Drive?
Yeah, baby.
Nice.
Let's go.
Who's taking over middays?
Wendy Bell Live, 10 to noon. August 17th.
Fantastic. Should be great.
I got to get where's the Neil McCabe show?
Listen, the people crave me, and you're just holding me back.
That's why we got to talk at noon.
Yeah, we got to work this out.
We got to work this out, Johnny. Show, dude. We got to get it. People are climbing for it. I'm getting emails, texts, robocalls, all the tricks they know.
They say I'm starving for him.
Oh God, it's either you or Rob Crilly. Who should I pick?
Well, Rob Crilly's box office gold. All right, don't kid yourself. Do not kid yourself.
The best Trump derangement syndrome line of all time is Rob Crilly saying, there is a parallel to be drawn between the reflection pool and the Straits of Hormuz.
Let me tell you something about the Straits of Hormuz. Not only does all the oil and natural gas go through there, but also like a huge chunk of the world's helium, right?
Right.
But you can't blockade a tanker full of helium, right? Doesn't it just float?
It just floats.
Like the Zeppelins?
I'll call you at noon, Neil.
All right. Very good, John. Take care, man.
All right. I'll see you, Neil. Neil McCabe. Follow him at Reporter McCabe. Oh, God, you can't make this stuff up. And you guys want me to retire? I mean, come on, man. I'm having too much fun. All right, let's get to the phone lines. Line 1, Matt in Waynesburg, Pennsylvania. Matt, you're live. Go.
Hey, John. How you doing this morning?
What's up, Matt?
So I just wanted to, first off, I want to start with the duck files. I want to answer Neil McCabe's question.
Wait a minute. I got to stop living. Look, what, Dan, we have to have a separate, first of all, title that McCabe the Duck Files. We have to have a separate, this got to be like a separate thing, like every day, like the Duck Files.
Yeah. You remember the animated show DuckTales from the 90s? We could do Duck Files. Woo!
Oh my God, that is hilarious, McCabe. I'm sorry, Matt. You made me laugh. Go ahead. What do you have to say about the duck?
No, that's all right. I just wanted to answer his question. He posed the question at the very beginning of the Duck Files was cui bono, right? Well, I'll tell you who cui bono. We're talking about socialists and communists. It's the Canadian geese. That's who benefits from the duck dying in the reflecting pool. So anyway, my original thought was pushing back. I was going to initially push back against you, something you said earlier, but I'm not going to.
No, go ahead. I want you to push back. No, push back. That's fun.
Okay. So it was simply about nothing nothing was there. There was no there with Mike Lindell with the 5-day symposium and whether it was the Dakotas, I don't know where it was. If that's the case, if there was no there, why has Dominion Voting Systems or Liberty Voting, whatever they call themselves now, why have they dropped their lawsuit, their $1.3 billion defamation lawsuit?
Because Lindell doesn't have any money. And if they pursued it, they're spending a fortune on lawyers. He'll claim bankruptcy and they'll get nothing. It's as simple as that. And the thing is over. You know, I am no defender of any machines, not Dominion, not anything else. I think all ballots should be on paper and hand counted. But no one has presented to me any evidence that a vote was cast in a machine for Donald Trump and it automatically switched to Biden. I haven't seen that. Everybody's tried to show it. I've not seen it. Until I see it, I'm not a believer. But I think the fraud was on the ground.
Didn't Tulsi Gabbard just before she left, didn't she say that there was evidence that the machines were being remotely entered by foreign operators?
No.
Wasn't that some of the things that she
nothing like that. She had no evidence. She simply questioned the security of the machines. We all know they have to go.
Okay.
We're all questioning this. There is no security. You can hack into them. But this idea that across 1 million precincts, there were 200,000 operatives changing precinct outcomes one by one electronically at the same time and kept it a secret, there's no evidence to that. But let's not, you know what? It doesn't matter, now, right? Biden got 80 million votes. You know they didn't exist.
No, he didn't.
You know the fraud was in the paper ballots. But go ahead.
Right. So
we can agree to disagree.
We're going to talk.
We can agree to disagree.
I'm glad that I pushed back because you gave me answers that I didn't know, because I had heard obviously some manipulated evidence, which quote unquote evidence that comes through the media. But what I was initially calling about was what was his name? Rob Crilly was saying about the president isn't the one who calls the shots, whether the oil flows or anything flows through the Strait of Hormuz. It's the insurance companies. If that were true, if that were 100% true, 100% factual, how did Trump and the Department of War, quote unquote, sneak oil barges through the Strait of Hormuz for 30 days? About a couple of weeks ago, they announced that they were doing it for 30 days. They were sneaking oil, 100 million barrels of oil that they snuck through during a 30-day period. If Trump wasn't truly in charge of what goes through the straits, it's the insurance companies. How did they sneak oil barges through if the insurance companies are the only ones that are given the green light?
Logic prevails once again from Pennsylvania. Yes. The answer to your question is yes. Oh, Trump's not in charge, but we got 100 million barrels through in the middle of the night. Oh, okay. Well, didn't the insurance companies sign off on that? Well, they're in charge. Somebody with a green eye shade. The same guy that's in charge. Same guy that's in charge of the duck files.
There you go. Back to the duck files. All right, John. Well, thanks for taking my call.
All right, Matt. Where is Waynesburg?
Waynesburg is the southwesternmost corner of Pennsylvania, right at the West Virginia border, north of Morgantown, about 25 miles north.
Is that how I get there when I take, what is it? I take, 70? What is it, 60?
79?
Yeah, 79.
Yeah, 79. Yeah, that runs
so I go through Washington. I go through Washington County and then Waynesboro. That's right.
If you're going, it's Waynesburg. Waynesboro is in another part of the state. Waynesburg. If you come out of Morgantown, you go north on 79. Waynesburg is 14 miles north of the state line, West Virginia, Pennsylvania state line. You hit Waynesburg before you hit Washington, PA.
All right. So if I'm going to the casino in Washington, wherever it is, Washington County, I go, I go to Waynesburg and then I hit the casino. It's a good casino,
Right.
by the way.
Yeah,
I think
the
it's called
casino.
Meadow Park or
The Meadows, I think,
Meadows.
John. Dan on the line here. He's not
Yeah,
too
it's
far from
Meadowlands.
Uniontown. My beloved Uniontown.
Not too far from Uniontown. That's right.
I stayed at a resort there a couple weekends ago with Ann. I can't remember the name of it, but
Summit Inn.
Summit Inn. Oh,
Right outside of Uniontown.
Yeah, we're going back. We love that.
Yep.
The Summit Inn
Great.
was great. It was a 10. It was a 10. It was a great, relaxing weekend. We need that once in a while. But right now I'm at Colonial Downs. No rest for the weary. Got to handicap these horses, baby. Let's go. All right. Virginia Gang is next. I got somebody else on hold. Hang in there. It's all good. Dave in Arizona. Dave, I'm going to come right back at you, but John Fredericks Media Network, live at Colonial Downs.
No place to go. Their homes either reduced to rubble or heavily damaged by the powerful quakes, one coming right on top of the other. First responders continue the desperate search for survivors amid the debris. They are finding some, along with the bodies of victims. Amid the death and destruction, President Trump is touting much improved relations with Venezuela, making it easier for the U.S. to help.
We have the strongest military. We took over Venezuela in less than 1 day, and the oil is flowing, and we're getting along with them great. We're going to, by the way, help them with their big. They had a tremendous earthquake last night that you read about, massive in Caracas. But we're going to help them out.
The death toll has risen to 589, several thousand people injured, thousands still unaccounted for. Wave the white flag of surrender, Ukraine having none of it.
The Russian Defense Ministry says it's intercepted 660 Ukrainian drones overnight over 12 Russian regions, as well as the illegally annexed Crimea, the Azov and the Black Sea. It appears to be one of the biggest drone attacks on Russian regions and the annexed Crimea since Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine in recent months. Ukraine stepped up its aerial campaign against Russian military installations and energy facilities. Its success has caused fuel shortages and disrupted army supply lines, stalling Moscow's war efforts after more than 4 years of fighting. I'm Charles de Ledesma.
Looks like people in parts of Central Europe will be getting what their neighbors in the West have been suffering through for days now. That record-breaking heat wave and sending the mercury soaring in England, France, Spain, Portugal is drifting to the east. Dow futures are down 135 points. More on these stories, townhall.com.
Healthcare has become frustrating, expensive, and overwhelming. But you can stop playing by those rules. There's a better way. It's called Crowd Health, and it's changing how people pay for healthcare. Crowd Health is a community where members, the crowd, come together to help fund each other's medical expenses. Instead of paying huge monthly insurance premiums, you pay a simple membership fee plus a modest contribution to another member's medical bill. When you get hit with a big bill, the crowd steps in to help you fund it. Plus, you get the support and tools you need to navigate your health event. Why keep overpaying? Cut out the middleman, lower your monthly costs, and avoid the endless billing headaches. Are you ready for a smarter option? Go to joincrowdhealth.com. Right now, you can get started for just $99 per month for your first 3 months when you use code BREAKFREE at joincrowdhealth.com. Crowd Health isn't insurance. Opt out of the flawed system and break free.
He is the first British monarch to release his tax returns. King Charles paid $17 million on his private income in the most recent tax year.
I think he definitely wants to be more transparent about his finances. You can always wonder quite what is the thinking and the timing of royal announcements, but this has come because basically there has been such scrutiny over royal finances in the past few months, particularly after the situation with Andrew Mountbatten Windsor moving and losing his titles. It's kind of opened up a closer look at the way royalty works.
The BBC's Daniela Ralph. NATO's deputy commander says he wants a summit in Turkey to encourage member countries to spend more on defense and support Ukraine. Air Chief Marshal Sir John Stringer says a meeting will test the unity of the alliance. President Trump has been pressing NATO to spend more on its own defense, not to rely so heavily on the U.S. News and analysis, townhall.com. The end of the line for Florida's plus alligator Alcatraz.
A quickly built tent detention center built in the Florida swamps processed about 21,000 people. Federal officials say they no longer need the extra capacity because they now have more permanent facilities.
But it served its purpose for the time. Now that they have resources, it is the federal government's responsibility to be able to process these folks, right? We stepped up because there was a gap.
Immigration advocates criticized the center for unsafe and inhumane conditions. Detainees reported issues like poor access to lawyers, unsanitary conditions, and insect infestations. I'm Lisa Dwyer.
74-year-old Dusty Ray Spencer has been executed in Florida, convicted in the 1992 stabbing death of his wife, executed by lethal injection last evening at the state prison in Stark. More on these stories, townhall.com.
Bad decisions limit future options. Make enough bad decisions and you will destroy your life. Listen to The Flatline with your host, Rick Hughes, every Sunday morning on the John Fredericks Radio Network. The Flatline describes a main line of resistance in your soul, built on God's Word. Join us every Sunday morning for 30 minutes of inspiration, motivation, and education, all without manipulation. That's The Flatline with Rick Hughes, heard here every Sunday at 8:30 a.m. on the John Fredericks Radio Network.
Trump 2.0 is in full effect. How do you keep up with all the action? I'll tell you. TrumpNationNews.com is your inside source for the inside scoop. Manufacturing, jobs, deportations, and the nation's rejuvenation. The first 100 days and beyond. All the news you need and no liberal gibberish. It's the perfect way to start your day. Sign up for the TNN newsletter. Do it today. TrumpNationNews.com. TrumpNationNews.com. Part of the John Fredericks Media Network.
In 2008, the amount of concentrated time people could spend on a task without becoming distracted was 12 seconds. 5 years later, it was only 8 seconds, 1 second less than a goldfish. If you're often distracted or have trouble recalling information, you're likely to fall behind in the demanding, fast-paced 21st century. In other words, brain performance is more critical now than ever. Boost your brain power with Healthy Cells Focus Plus Recall. Science-backed nootropics to help you sharpen focus, concentrate longer, enhance recall, improve mental speed, learn rapidly, and be more alert. It's a pill-free brain supplement made with maximum absorption ingestible gel technology, designed to feed your brain at the cellular level. Take it for a test drive. Go to healthycell.com and use code GODZILLA for 20% off your first order of Focus Plus Recall. That's healthycell.com, code GODZILLA for 20% off.
The Trump administration has brought positive changes when it comes to fixing our broken healthcare system. If we really want to make America healthy again, well, that starts at home. And that's where the Wellness Company comes in. You see and hear from the Wellness Company doctors all the time, and you know their products are the gold standard for keeping you and your family safe and healthy, giving you the opportunity to make sure you're prepared for whatever happens with their prescription medical kits. Additionally, the Wellness Company offers a variety of products, from parasite cleanses to methylene blue to weight loss and so much more. Make America healthy again starts at home. Do your part and protect the health of you and your family. Live a healthier, longer, and more satisfying life. Go to twc.health/Godzilla and order. That's twc.health/Godzilla. Use promo code Godzilla to save 10% today.
Now more than ever, it's imperative to support companies that share our conservative values. That's why I can't be more excited to tell you that I've switched my family to Patriot Mobile. Patriot Mobile is America's only Christian conservative wireless provider. When you switch to Patriot Mobile, you shift your support away from the leftist, woke, progressive agendas of Big Mobile. Patriot Mobile's wireless service works perfectly and seamlessly as you go about your lives with exceptional nationwide coverage that uses the same towers the main carriers use. Patriot Mobile donates a portion of every dollar earned to causes you care about, to organizations that fight for religious freedom, First and Second Amendments, sanctity of life, and the needs of veterans and first responders. Patriot Mobile has plans to fit any budget, along with great discounts for our veterans and first responder heroes, as well as multi-line users. Switching is easy. Just go to patriotmobile.com/Godzilla or call their U.S.-based customer service team, 972-PATRIOT. That's 972-728-7468. Use offer code Godzilla for free activation.
Live from the studios of the John Fredericks Media Network, it's The John Fredericks Show. Grab yourself a cup of 1775 coffee, sit back, and get ready for the best 4 hours of talk in the universe. To be part of the show, just call our toll-free number, 888-480-5646. And now, here's the Godzilla of Truth, the Oracle of the Deplorables, the man who never has a failure to communicate, John Fredericks.
Well, we're live at Colonial Downs. Great to have you with us. I am your Godzilla of the truth in America. Looks like there is no Virginia gang today that we can see. There's no evidence of it. So we're going to have to skip over that. It's just going to be me and Dan here, and we're going to be taking your calls. 888-480-JOHN, 888-480-5646. Might be time to scrap the Virginia gang as our gang members are depleting by the hour, Dan, right? Got guys on vacation, and Saxon's been traveling a lot. So with everything going on in Virginia, I think everybody would want to get out. But we're gonna take your calls, 888-480-JOHN, 888-480-5646, and you're good to go there. This segment brought to you by the Safer Supervision Act, which we passed in Virginia. Glenn Youngkin signed it, but now what we really need is to pass this on the federal level. And the Safer Supervision Act does a lot of great things. The main thing is it lets parole officers focus on real public safety threats instead of drowning in paperwork. And it's endorsed by the frontline officers who say it will help them do their jobs better, which is really cool. 96% of Trump voters say public safety has to come first, and this bill does that. So I want everybody to go to, do me a favor, go to safersupervision.com. That's safersupervision.com. We have to see this bill get over the finish line. Safersupervision.com. Tell your congressman to get it done. This has been paid for by the Reform Action Fund. 888-480-JOHN. I think we have a caller. Let's get to Dave in Arizona. Dave, you're live.
Thanks so much. Good to talk to you again, Godzilla.
Yes, Dave.
So I'd appreciate it if you and or your viewers, listeners could check out my Getter feed, PSU_SIGEP. You'll see one of our calls is one of the pinned posts there. So my focus is the things that President Trump can do, and I think that he has to do Article 2, Section 3, because we're losing or we've already lost our republic. We need to make sure that our elections are free, fair, and transparent. That the biggest one, I think, is the transparency. That's what we missed in 2020, right? And then I worked the polls in 2024. I went to my my orientation to work the primary here in Arizona in July yesterday. And it was actually funny. The presentation they gave us was, we need to make sure to check in all the voters, and we need to make sure that everybody votes. And the instructor said, it's impossible for somebody to get on the voter rolls that's not a citizen. And I said, have you ever heard of the 1993 Motor Voter Act? Or how about the HAVA Act, where we don't turn people away? But yeah, they can use social services and they get registered to vote, or they go to DMV here in Arizona, they get registered to vote. I don't think a large portion of those people are voting, but I think it gives the establishment class the ability to cast votes after the fact to get the results that they want. And it's an age-old process, right?
Dave, when you posed that question, what did the instructor say?
They look at me with cognitive dissonance, and they just say, oh, that's not a problem. It's never been a problem. And I said, there's documented cases of voter fraud all across the nation. There have been for, wait for it, not years, nor decades, but generations. We've dealt with this for 30 years. I mean, remember the hanging chads? I think that was the impetus to go full machine. They wanted to get away from votes that people cast, that people then analyzed and recorded and tabulated and reported. I remember back in '88, the first time I voted at a local elementary school in Pennsylvania. and they reported the results to the county seat, and they reported the results to Harrisburg. We knew the winner of the election by 8, 9, 10 o'clock at night. It was easy. And we replicated that across 50 states. Not a big deal.
I mean,
that makes sense, Sean?
Dude, I agree with you. Okay, this whole machine and the whole thing is ridiculous. The whole tablets, and scanners. You get a paper ballot, you vote, you put it in the box. I mean, when I first voted in New Jersey, we had voting machines. They were not like there was no internet. They were not electronic. You went in there, you pulled the lever, the curtain closed. You pulled the lever down for the candidates you wanted. And the vote got recorded. On the back of the machine, when they would open it at the end, they would tabulate the votes and they would hang them on the door of the voting place in 15 minutes. There was a Republican there and a Democrat there to be sure the count was accurate. That was it. Then I went to another state. We had a paper ballot. Maybe it was Tennessee. I don't remember. I've lived in so many places. And you circled the number. I think it was in Virginia. You circled the number. You put an X by it. And there was no scanner. You just put it in the box. That was it. I don't understand this fascination with scanners and QR codes and machines. Just put a ballot, mark it, put it in the box, have two people there that represent each party, count it and post it. The hell is so hard about this? What am I missing?
It is, John. It's the establishment class, the psychopathic overlords in our establishment class versus us, MAGA, we the people, as the muscular class, as my friend Charlie Kirk described it. And I think we need to brand a new term, not rhinos. Let's call them minos, MAGA in name only, because that's what the Senate is, and they're tapping along President Trump. He needs to invoke Article 2, Section 3. I'm trying to get a nationwide campaign to get that done. No president has ever done it, but you know what? The founders put it in the Constitution for a reason. It's actually one of the duties, not rights, duties of President Trump. When the Senate gavels in every 3 days, he needs to say, you know what? The Senate's in recess and the House is still in service, in action, doing the will of we the people. When they are in disagreement, the two houses, I recess both of them, and it's for an undetermined amount of time. I get all my recess appointments, all my judges. What about the U.S. attorneys? Nobody talks about that. We have 15 and 94. He's been in office for 500 days with both houses of Congress in Republican control, which means they're not really working for we the people. So I'd appreciate people looking at my feed, Article 2, Section 3. That's what President Trump needs to do to try to reestablish the judicial and the legislative branch working for we the people. Let's get the minos out of the way. Thank you, John.
Let's go. No minos, baby. MAGA in name only. What is your vision for MAGA 2.0, Dave?
It's continuing to give the power back to we the people. You mentioned hand counts. I've taught hand counts in Maricopa County for 3 years. After the SHIFF show, SHIFF show, in 2022, we the people try to take back our power. So we teach hand counts here. We do it basically at the precinct level. We've done it at the Maricopa County Republican conventions. When we elect leadership there, we hand count the whole thing. There's no machines. And in a precinct, if you have roughly 1,500, 2,000 voters that turn out for an election, it takes about an hour or two. It's not a big process at all. And everything's double-checked, verified. We do teams of 5. It's easy peasy, lemon squeezy. We do it all day long, John.
Because
we have to take back our country,
look,
sir.
They can't, if there's a paper ballot, they can't cheat. This is
correct.
Simple as that. I remember, I was telling you about in New Jersey, those machines that we had voting booths, right? Where you push the handle, you push the lever, you push the handle, and your vote got recorded. I remember when I was in high school in Madison, New Jersey or somewhere where I went to high school, I remember we had an election for, what do they call it, the class president, right? Well, they brought in those two of those machines. They brought them into the school so you could vote. So, as you were 15 or 16, you could get accustomed to how the system worked. And, you'd go in. I remember the first time doing it, I thought, this is cool. You close the curtain handle, and then you push the lever and you open it. The vote gets recorded. And when I went to vote the first time, I had already had experience at that because they had it in high school. Although the first vote I did cast, I didn't push the lever. I had to do a write-in. I wrote in Ronald Reagan in the New Jersey primary in I guess that was June of 1976. I just turned 18 in March. It was the first thing I voted in. I had to write in Ronald Reagan because he was not on the New Jersey primary ballot. I guess they couldn't get the signatures. Didn't think they could win. So I remember writing him in. But Dave, thank you. Thank you for that. Why we just can't go to paper ballots. And somebody called earlier about these ballots in Fulton County. They're still there in a warehouse. They still haven't been looked at. There's still no forensic audit. They're still sitting there. 6 years later, we can't see them. Lawsuit, judge said yes, still there. Everybody's fighting it. Why? Because when they finally get a forensic audit, they're going to find out that 30,000 ballots in Atlanta were falsified. They were fake. They were run through a copy machine. They were all the same. They have no envelopes. They have no corresponding, not the envelopes they came in. There's 30,000 less envelopes. These were run through a copy machine and put through a scanner. And that's how Biden won Georgia. That's why you got Ossoff in there now. Perdue would have been the senator. It changed the outcome of U.S. policies and history. And that's why they're never going to let you see it. That's the problem, right? It's not really the presidential election because Biden, according to the Electoral College, cheated in other states, would have won anyway. But Perdue would have been the senator. There'd be no runoff. Ossoff would be gone. Ossoff wouldn't be there. Perdue would be the senator. It would have changed the balance of power in the United States government. That's why they'll never let you see that. Ever. I mean, Trump's been there 2 years. Gabbard was there. She went there. Judges ruled in our favor. Where's the forensic audit? Every time I ask a question, I can't get a straight answer. Why not just do the audit? What's holding it up now? Lawsuit after lawsuit after lawsuit after lawsuit. And I think part of the Republicans are behind this now because they understand what the implications are. If it is proved that somebody made 30,000 copies of a ballot on pristine paper, never folded it, and ran it through a scanner in the middle of the night and changed the outcome of a presidential election and a U.S. Senate seat, which changed the balance of power in the country, what do you think would happen? Nobody would ever believe anything again. Ever. That's the risk. That's why you're never going to see them. There'll always be a reason you can't see them. Because if that was proved, if there was evidence that said these ballots are fake, and it changed the balance of power in the leader of the free world, you'll never trust another election. There'll never be another machine, nothing, gone. The outrage would be beyond the pale. And a lot of people are concerned it would hamper our democracy or our republic, the way we vote. If people don't believe in it, we're done. That's why Republicans are holding this up as well, because they know these ballots are fake. We've been saying it since day one. Why haven't there been a forensic audit? Republican president, Republican Congress, Republican Senate, Tulsi Gabbard, she went down there. Why aren't these out in the open? You answer me that question. Riddle me this. If the Democrats take over, you're never going to see them. They'll burn the thing down before you'll see them. They'll burn down the warehouse. Oh, somebody set a fire. You know what? Somebody was smoking in the back, and there was some papers back there, and the whole thing just blew. Sorry. Quit smoking. Well, we can vape. No, we can't do that either because we're paid by the tobacco companies. Let's go to line one. Karen in Virginia. Karen, you're live. Go ahead, Karen. No Karen. All right. In lieu of Karen, let's go to a quick word from our sponsors, and I'll be right back.
In 2008, the amount of concentrated time people could spend on a task without becoming distracted was 12 seconds. 5 years later, it was only 8 seconds, 1 second less than a goldfish. If you're often distracted or have trouble recalling information, you're likely to fall behind in the demanding, fast-paced 21st century. In other words, brain performance is more critical now than ever. Boost your brain power with Healthy Cells Focus Plus Recall. Science-backed nootropics to help you sharpen focus, concentrate longer, enhance recall, improve mental speed, learn rapidly, and be more alert. It's a pill-free brain supplement made with maximum absorption ingestible gel technology, designed to feed your brain at the cellular level. Take it for a test drive. Go to healthycell.com and use code GODZILLA for 20% off your first order of Focus Plus Recall. That's healthycell.com, code GODZILLA for 20% off.
The Trump administration has brought positive changes when it comes to fixing our broken healthcare system. If we really want to make America healthy again, well, that starts at home. And that's where the Wellness Company comes in. You see and hear from the Wellness Company doctors all the time, and you know their products are the gold standard for keeping you and your family safe and healthy, giving you the opportunity to make sure you're prepared for whatever happens with their prescription medical kits. Additionally, the Wellness Company offers a variety of products, from parasite cleanses to methylene blue to weight loss and so much more. Make America healthy again starts at home. Do your part and protect the health of you and your family. Live a healthier, longer, and more satisfying life. Go to twc.health/Godzilla and order. That's twc.health/Godzilla. Use promo code Godzilla to save 10% today.
Don't touch that dial. You've found your home of the truth.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
With the best analysis in America.
You can't handle the truth.
And now back to the John Fredericks Show.
You, my friends, are on the John Fredericks Media Network. Great to have you with us. Trucking the truth across America. Let's get to the phone lines. Karen, line one. Karen, you're live.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, Karen, go ahead.
John?
Yes, Karen.
Hey, sorry about before. I just want to encourage everyone in Virginia to really start refocusing on the elections that are coming up. You know, after the debacle of the Democrats' attempt to redistrict the state, they actually moved the primaries to August 4th. But people have such fatigue about all of this. I'm just concerned they're really not focusing. So it's the Democrats are still after three of our Republicans, Jen Kiggins, Rob Whitman, and John McGuire. They've actually said that they want to take them out. So, and I know there's money coming for some of them, but still, I think John McGuire is the only one who has the Republican challenger. It's a realtor from Louisa County who has virtually no experience at all. She's being run by the people who are very upset that John McGuire beat Bob Good. Oh, by the way, her campaign consultants are Diana Shores and Waverly Woods. But she doesn't have much. Yeah. So she doesn't have much of a chance at all.
Can you say grifters?
No, we call them consultants. Anyway.
All right, so let's break this down, Karen. Okay, so there's a primary on August 11th. Likely
August 4th. August 4th.
What? August 4th. Okay, likely Burt Mesarawa is going to be the Republican nominee for Senate. Chances of beating Mark Warner, 0. 0 times 0 is 0. Nice guy. Wish him well. can't win. Warner's got $1 bajillion. Bert has no money. Can't win. Okay, so let's put that in the box. But I appreciate Bert and all he's doing it. We have to have a candidate. So, yay. Okay. McGuire will get 72% of the vote. He'll win 72-28 in the primary. He'll go on to win the general. They can't beat him in that district. That's a Republican district. Nobody will outwork him. Rob Whitman will win handily. They're not going to beat Whitman in the first district. Okay? So the only really shot they got is Kiggins, and I think Kiggins is gonna hold that seat. So I think they go 0 for 3. The Democrats go 0 for 3. Warner wins in a landslide, something like 60-40, 58-42, something of that nature.
Yeah.
Right? But
yeah, I think.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I generally agree. I guess the one concern is Tom Perriello, who's running in the 5th. And the fact that he was a congressman before 15 years ago. Since then, I mean, he actually, the 5th district fired him after one term. His main campaign seems to center on the fact that he's very proud that he voted for Obamacare, but yet healthcare costs are too high. But he then, after left Congress, he was working for, again, the Obama administration and the Biden administration. And then he spent several years working for George Soros as the U.S. Director of U.S. Programs for the Open Society Foundation. In fact, in 2017, he had a brief run for governor, and George Soros and his son directly donated $625,000. But who knows how much was coming from Open Society and other things. So it's just going to be a lot of money pouring into Tom Perriello. It's a different district than he ran in 15 years ago. It is redder, but just everyone needs to be aware to to take this seriously and make sure.
Look, all races have to be taken seriously. McGuire's districts like R+12. Perriello is not going to win. McGuire's got a great relationship with his constituents. He's a tireless worker. They're not going to beat Whitman. Whitman is in line for Armed Services Chairman. They're just not going to beat him. That'll be closer. The ground zero is Hampton Roads and Jen Kiggins, and I'll bet Jen Kiggins any day of the week. She's a fighter, tireless worker, stands up for the military there. Kiggins is going to win that race. They're going to go 0 for 3. But Warner will win in a landslide. But at least Bert's a legitimate candidate. General Mitterrand, former retired general. I mean, the guy's legit. You just can't beat Warner. He's got like $900 million in his coffers or something, some absurd amount of money. Hey, Karen, thank you. Thank you for the update on Virginia gang that isn't a gang anymore. The gang is me and Darren. And Dan Hubbard by osmosis. We'll be right back.
Gold scoop or a reusable K-cup filter. Just order now at 1775coffee.com/Godzilla and claim your free 1775 starter kit while supplies last.
It's finally here, our second annual mega sale. This sale only comes around once a year, so take advantage of the best offers ever while you can. For example, save 50% on our Giza Dream bed sheets as low as $29.98. And for the first time ever on TV, MyPillow mattresses and MyPillow mattress toppers as low as $99.98. And you save 50% on our Lux Pure 6-piece towel sets. Regular $69.98, now only $39.98. And our best-selling standard MyPillows, regular $49.98, on sale for $17.98. Wait on it, mega sale, only $14.98. But wait, there's more. To make the mega sale even more special, when you order right now, your order's going to ship absolutely free.
To take advantage of the second annual mega sale, go to MyPillow.com or call 800-854-0504 and use promo code Godzilla.
Washington is wasting $500 million every year on a federal supervision system that doesn't work. Probation officers are overwhelmed. Resources are going to people who pose zero threat, while actual dangerous individuals slip through the cracks. The Safer Supervision Act stops the waste and refocuses every dollar on protecting families from harm. President Trump's own pollster found about 80% of Trump voters want this fixed. It's time for Congress to get this done. Stop the waste. Protect our communities. Visit safersupervision.com. Paid for by the Reform Action Fund.
Trouble concentrating or recalling information is frustrating, embarrassing, and kills productivity. Nutrition company Healthy Cell created Focus and Recall to boost your brain power. Unlike other supplements that don't work, Focus and Recall is not a pill. It's a gel you swallow with ultra absorption of science-backed ingredients to help you immediately sharpen focus, concentrate longer, and strengthen recall. Go to healthycell.com and use code GODZILLA for 20% off your first order. Risk-free. Love it or your money back. Guaranteed. Healthycell.com. Code GODZILLA.
This is Crom Carmichael, CEO of Solti. We got a wonderful email from one of our customers up east named Joe, and here's what he had to say. I started taking Solti almost out of desperation with little hope because I was resigned to the futility that although I was up to taking 2 statins a day, high cholesterol was something I just had to learn to live with. In fact, when I turned 60, after taking a stress cardio test, my doctor called me on a Saturday, which of course is never a good sign, and told me that I was clogged more than 95% of the people my age. I had an angioplasty and a stent procedure done at that time. Today, my stubborn triglycerides are only 1/3 of what they had been before starting taking Solti. My prescription statin dosage has shrunk from 60 milligrams to only 10 milligrams a day. My primary care doctor that I have had for many years still can't believe the results, and neither can I. Thank you, Solti, for providing such a wonderful product. And folks, I want to invite you to take care of your heart also by going to GodzillaHeart.com. That's GodzillaHeart.com. Use the code Godzilla at checkout, and you'll get a 50% discount on your initial shipment. Thanks so much.
And they're off. This summer, the Thunder returns to Colonial Downs Racetrack. Live thoroughbred racing June 25th through September 7th. Feel the excitement. Hear the roar of the crowd. Experience Virginia's premier horse racing destination every Thursday through Sunday all summer long. Bring the whole family for Family Fun Sundays, packed with activities for all ages. Parking? Free. General admission? Free. Memories? Priceless. Make Colonial Downs Racetrack your new summer fun time tradition. Get tickets and race day info now at colonialdowns.com.
Mr. President, in talking about the continuing recession tonight, you have blamed mistakes of the past, and you have blamed the Congress. Does any of the blame belong to you?
Yes, because for many years I was a Democrat.
Don't touch that dial. You found your home of the truth.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
With the best analysis in America.
You can't handle the truth.
And now back to the John Fredericks Show.
You got him right here. I am your Godzilla of the truth in America. Great to have you with us. Coming to you live from Colonial Downs, racetrack post time 12:30. Got to get my handicapping done. Got to get some winners, and we also might claim a horse here probably next week. Looking at a couple of those, so I'll be spending some time around the back stretch like old times. Let's go. I know, Dan, I just got your message. It's like, TGIF. I get it. Let's go to Chris Ullman. She's the president of the Eagle Forum. She is in my waiting room. Before we get there, though, Chris, listen, I just got to give a shout out to the wellness company. I don't know what we would do, folks, without those emergency kits. We had another incident last night where Ann got her toe infected and had the antibiotics right there. She got bit by a fire ant or something with those open sandals, and it got all infected. And boom, right there, getting rid of it now. We're traveling around. The one thing you got to do for you and your family is get a emergency kit from the wellness company. Make sure you travel with it. No good at home if you're traveling and you don't have it. It's one of those things you don't need it till you need it, and then you don't have it, and then you need it. So get it now. Look, Saxman, his whole family's got it. We got 3 of them. We travel with one. One's on the bus. The other one's at home all the time. It is the best investment you could possibly make because everything is right there. Why be sick when you don't have to? Because it nips everything in the bud. Z-Pak, ivermectin, antibiotics, hydroxychloroquine, all kinds of things are there. You get a spider bite, you get an ant bite, you get something goes on, you get a tick bite, anything, it's got them all. You get the flu, you get a cold, you get a virus, you feel a sore throat coming on. Boom. You take the antibiotics, you take your Z-Pack, it's gone. Don't have to suffer. Stay in bed sniffling. Who needs that? Feel all achy? No. All you got to do is go to twc.health/Godzilla, twc.health/Godzilla. Promo code Godzilla. You're going to get 10% off. And do it now. I know you're putting it off. You don't need it until you need it, and then you don't have it. That's why I got 3 of them. And it's been, I don't know how many times ours have been replenished, probably 5 times. I mean, there's just a lot of stuff in there. That's why I'm never sick. They said, John, why don't you ever get sick? Because I got my emergency kit from the wellness company. And if I feel like I'm getting sick, everything is right there with a guidebook. Boom, done. Smarten up, right? Best thing you'll possibly do for you and your family. twc.health/Godzilla, promo code Godzilla, 10% off. Chris Ullman, President, Eagle Forum. Chris, great to have you with us.
It's good to be with you, John.
All right. Lots going on right now. Some great rulings by the Supreme Court over the last 2 days. Maybe it's starting to turn in our favor. Maybe Amy Barrett got up and started smelling the coffee. I don't know what. Maybe John Roberts is not influencing anymore. I have no idea what's going on. But finally, Amy Coney Barrett, who I thought would be one of the greatest. Here's where I was wrong. I thought she would be a great Supreme Court justice. I was really excited about her. Turned out to be a catastrophe. One step up from David Souter. Anyway, what are your thoughts on everything happening, Chris Ullman?
Well, I think Amy Coney Barrett's been getting a little bit better lately. Our Supreme Court majority is definitely coming into their stride, and we at Eagle Forum obviously have been lobbying for better Supreme Court originalist justices like Alito and Thomas, 2 of our favorites. And so we're very pleased with some of the rulings that have come down in the last couple of days.
Okay, what are some of the top things that the Eagle Forum is working on, Chris?
Well, one of the big things that we're working on this year is marijuana, and especially the impact on our kids. Marijuana rescheduling was done by the president regarding medical marijuana, and then there are going to be hearings in the next 2 weeks on rescheduling recreational marijuana. But the Virginia legislature just passed their budget earlier this week, where they legalized recreational marijuana sales for the first time in Virginia history. And we're very concerned with the bill. It's not as bad as it could have been, but it's definitely a step back for the state of Virginia.
Well, when you look at other states that have legalized marijuana for recreational utilization, what could we learn? What can we draw from other states?
Well, what we've seen when we look at other states, a number of different issues. Number one is that crime goes up, use goes up, especially youth use of marijuana. We have seen an increase in cannabis use disorder, which is when you just can't quit. You've got to use it all the time. The cannabis hyperemesis syndrome, which is the uncontrollable screaming and vomiting thing, as well as psychosis, especially in young men who are heavy users. There's an increase in schizophrenia and other psychotic breaks. And that's why we're very concerned about what is happening in Virginia. We already have a youth cannabis problem, and this will only make it worse.
You know, I go back and thinking about the marijuana use by younger people. Now, obviously, you have to be 21, right? It's like alcohol. You can't buy beer under 21. Can't buy you can't buy a joint unless you're 21. And so there's a lot of people that have been telling me, you know, make it legal, tax it. There's no difference in marijuana or having a beer. It's the same thing. It's got the same effect. But I'm not sure about that. But a lot of the young people that I know that use it a lot, I agree with you. You become concerned about the habitual. It definitely could be habitual, because I mean, look, I'm no stranger to the adult beverage. Everybody knows that. I like to, you know, have a couple glasses of wine, or I like my Grey Goose vodka on a Friday night. No doubt about that. But I can go a week without it, right? Like I haven't had a drink this week, not because I wanted to stop, just because I've been too busy. I get home, I'm tired, and I just go to bed. I've had a very, very long week. But this thing with this pot, I'm not sure that people can go long periods of time without it.
Well, according to a Yale study, up to 30% of habitual users are addicted, and up to 53% of those suffer from transient psychotic symptoms. And the thing about marijuana, the thing that makes it different than alcohol is a water soluble substance. You drink too much, the next morning you're going to be pounding a lot of water, maybe you drink a lot of water before you go to bed. It gets
Plus you
out
have
of
a
your
headache.
system.
Plus you feel like crap. Plus you
Yeah.
got a hangover, or you got a half a hangover. And so it gives you pause. You're like, why did I do that last night? Like crap.
But marijuana is different. It's a fat soluble substance. So it gets into your fat cells, into your brain cells. And even if the next morning um, it still lingers in your body, it can linger up to months. And that's where some people, maybe they smoked a lot and they haven't smoked anything for a couple of weeks, they can still have a psychotic event. We don't know what the impact, how long you're impaired for driving. You drink too much, the next day you lay around in bed, the next day you're fine, right? It gets out of your system quickly. There's actually no accurate test to test a driver for the level of THC in their body, because you're testing blood and it gets into your fat cells. So that's something a lot of people don't know. They think, oh, I smoked last night, I'll get up and drive. You could still have the THC in your system for weeks and up to months, and it can impact your ability to drive, your ability to make decisions, and even cause some of the other more harmful side effects like the hallucinations and things like that.
Chris, I'm not a fan of marijuana. I think I took a puff of a joint one time when I was about 19 with my baseball team. I guess it was illegal back then. I coughed. No, it was they had a bong. They were passing a bong around. Remember those big things, right? They were like that big and you light it. I think they called
I
it a
saw
bong.
it one time.
It's called a bong. It's a big piece of glass. And I was with my baseball team. I don't know where the hell we were, but they were passing it around and I just didn't do it. And they're like, oh, come on. I'm like, okay, how do you do this? Well, I coughed for 2 weeks. Like I couldn't get rid of the cough. I inhaled it. I did it the wrong way. I coughed for 2 weeks. I've never touched it again. And I was 19. Now I'm 68. So I don't know anything about it. But I remember a lot of people have told me, like Chap Peterson, that it is a gateway to other drugs. And there's a big, the thing about alcohol is it's like Dr. Oz says, like he calls it social lubrication. Because you go out and you're with your friends, you're at a bar or you're at dinner or something, you have a few drinks, you're socially interacting, right? I don't think you get that with pot because you got joints and you're blowing smoke around. And I don't know. I never saw it, but like a lot of people think it's good. I don't know. I haven't ever had it.
Well, John, let me tell you something. The pot that's on the market today is very different than the pot you and I may have come across when we were young adults. That was
Wow.
very, very low THC levels. And THC is the active hallucinogenic property of cannabis. CBD, which a lot of people talk about, even the president, I think, when he was rescheduling marijuana, he talked about people who like to put the lotion on their hands, his golf buddies. That's CBD. That is not does not have psychotic properties. It's not psychoactive, as they say. THC is. When we were young, most joints had 2-3% THC. The plants were just grown differently. Now, products sold in stores can have up to 90% THC. The joint your kids are smoking is not the same joint that adults were smoking back in the 70s, 80s, and even the 90s. So it's a very different product. And despite what Governor Spanberger said, making this safe, legal, and well regulated, it is very dangerous, especially for our young people. And young people are already vaping nicotine and THC products in Virginia. So making this a class 3 misdemeanor to sell to young people, a $500 fine, whoo, it's the same as like not taking care of your pet, is not making it safe or well regulated.
Why wouldn't the penalties be the same as alcohol? Like you're in Virginia, you got a whole ABC army.
Right.
Remember the story of the young lady that was arrested? She had bought a 6-pack of bottled Perrier or something. They thought it was beer, and they surrounded her car with guns and stuff. I mean, why don't they have the same laws about selling alcohol to underage kids?
You know what? Marijuana is big business. Don't let anyone tell you anything else about this bill and this effort to sell recreational marijuana in Virginia. It is big business. They claim that it's great. Oh, it's only 6% tax on marijuana sales, but that's just the marijuana tax. If you add up all the taxes in Virginia, um, you're going to see that marijuana is going to be taxed at 12 to 14%. You add in the local taxes and things like that. And it is super big business. And, right now you can possess up to 1 ounce of marijuana legally in Virginia, but you can't buy it and sell it. So people, or I live in Northern Virginia, they go into DC, they buy it. Well, Spanberger's like, I want that revenue. The state legislature wants that revenue, and they're going to get that revenue off the backs of our children. And that's why we're so opposed to it.
Well, I live in DC, and it's legal here to a certain
Yes.
extent. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
There's a certain amount. Again, I'm not. I don't do it, and I don't know anybody that does. So I'm not into that. But you can sometimes. When I first moved to where we are, across from McPherson Square, sometimes you would walk out. You'd walk out, and on a Saturday, and if people would be there, they'd be waiting for because we give away free food and GOs come in to feed some of the homeless. And you'd walk through the park, and it would be like, oh my God, right? You'd get high just walking across the park because everybody got a joint. And
Yep.
So I just don't know. I have no opinion on it because I don't know. But I've got, some people telling me it's safe. I've got, people telling me that athletes use it all the time, that it calms them down. It's, whatever. And then I got other people saying it's a gateway to bigger drugs. And I got you telling me it's stays in the body. I know that my youngest son, who's a ball player, when he's done playing ball, which, we don't know when that'll be, wants to be a DC cop, and called the recruiting office. And they said, first thing they said, you got to be drug and alcohol free, and you got to be pot free for 2 years. And he's like, okay, well, I don't do pot. That's fine. And he told me that. I'm like, 2 years? How could they even find that out? So they must have some testing that can go back 24 months. How's that?
I don't know. I think that's probably the honor system. Now, I live in the DC area as well, and I have been on the Beltway and smelled marijuana from other people's cars. Tell me how that happens.
On the
65 miles, 65 miles an hour, and I pass a car with the windows down, and I can smell the marijuana. That is not good. It's not good for me. It's not good for anybody else on the road. Marijuana is, people, it's not a drug. Okay. Like when we talk about medical marijuana, and we know that because when it comes to medicine, we don't smoke medicine. Marijuana is a recreational intoxicant, and there are no real good ways to test whether or not there's still marijuana in your system when you're on the road. The thing in Virginia is smoking in public is going to be a $250 fine, which is great. I live in Old Town. I don't want to smell it when I'm down on the waterfront, but that penalty doesn't even go into effect for 2 years. So, I don't want Virginia to turn into DC. I don't want, I go with my kids. I mean, they're young adults, but you go into a parking garage, you can barely get out of there without feeling like, you smell like marijuana yourself. I mean, everybody knows it stinks. People don't want it in public, but we also don't want people smoking pot at home with their children or in their cars either. So it's a very dangerous thing.
Yeah, but
And
you can't stop it. The problem is, Chris, I mean, you can't stop it. I mean, it's a growing trend. You can't stop it. I mean, it's like prohibition trying to outlaw alcohol. That didn't work. People are going to find other ways to get it, drink and get it illegally.
well,
So
I
you
agree with you. Like we are
I
not
don't know what
for
to do. I'm so this is one issue I'm totally ambivalent on because I don't know what to do because I hear both sides.
Well, what I would say is that there's two things. There's like total criminalization where you're throwing, a high school kid in jail because he was smoking a joint. Obviously, that's ridiculous. But there's also what message are we sending to young people when we change marijuana from a Schedule 1? And a Schedule 1 doesn't mean that it's equal to heroin. It means that it has no medical value and that it's subject to addiction. So we're going to move it to a Schedule 3 on the federal level. What we're telling young people is that this is okay. It's the same as having a beer at a bonfire. It's not the same, especially for young people. It affects their brain long term. It's got like you said, when you tried it that one time and you were coughing, it's
Yes,
just,
I coughed
yeah, it's
literally.
bad for you. It's
Literally,
actually,
I coughed for a week. I was on a baseball field coughing like the next day. And I inhaled it one time in my life. I coughed for 5 days.
yeah,
I couldn't get rid of it.
it is not a good product. So we shouldn't be sending the message that it's just like having a beer. It's not like having a beer. On a pack of cigarettes, you have the warning label, this can cause cancer. We should have warning labels on marijuana products so everybody knows exactly what they're doing, including the risks to your mental health, the risk to your physical health. Now, Virginia has language in their budget that says it can't be marketed to children. That's a very good thing. Right now, in some states, you can get the gummies and the things, and they look like, Skittles. That is bad. You look at the state of Colorado and all the problems that they're having with their legalized marijuana. So if we're going to
What's
legalize
the
it,
deal
we
with the
need to
gummies? Look, somebody had those the other day. I'm not going to tell you who. I was on a bus tour somewhere. I'm not going to tell you who. And they're like, "Hey, why'd you get one? Have a gummy with me." I'm like, "What?" We were actually on the bus tour in Georgia. She was like, "Let's have a gummy." I'm like, "What the hell's a gummy?" Like, I don't eat candy.
Yeah.
She said, "No, it's a marijuana gummy." Like, I'm not doing that. So
Yeah.
what is that?
Well, they take the THC from the marijuana plant and they put it into a gummy and they sell it to people so you can have it wherever. But the thing is, a lot of times, most places, it's not labeled what percentage of THC it is. So you might go to one gas station, get something that's 4% THC. Another place might sell something that's 80% THC. And it takes a little while to take effect. So you might take a couple and say, I don't feel anything, and take a couple more. The next thing you know, you're in the emergency room because you've actually ingested way too much. So labeling is another thing Eagle Forum is calling for. We need accurate labeling. We need testing. There's also pesticides and stuff in a lot of these marijuana growers. So you may be ingesting a gummy and the marijuana had some pesticides in it, or you don't know what else is in there. Bad actors can mix in fentanyl in some of these gummies as well. So you really have to be very careful. And that's what we want to educate people on. Be careful with these products. It's not like alcohol where the ingredients are all on the label. You know it's been tested. You kind of know if it's 10% or
Like,
4%.
here's what I don't get. Just for adults, right? I don't get. First of all, I don't get the whole marijuana thing. Okay, so I'm ignorant on it. I don't get it. I don't like it. I don't get it. But like, I'm here in my suite of Colonial Downs, right? After the races are over at 5:00, I am going to pour myself 3 fingers of Grey Goose with my wife with a little ice and a little lemon, straight up, right? Gonna relax. Races are over. Go to my patio, right? we're going to be taught. It's fun. It's like it's 5 o'clock on a Friday night.
Yeah.
What am I going to do? Like go outside and get a what do they call it? The things they wrap, the joint.
Joints.
I'm going to go out there and smoke it. The hell's that? Like who would do that? I just don't get it. I'm 68. I don't get it. I just don't.
Wow. Well, we just want to make sure that parents and children know that this is a dangerous product especially for kids. You know, schizophrenia is irreversible, and young men who smoke regularly have an increased risk of schizophrenia. And that is something that we wouldn't wish on anyone. And so if you have young people, please talk to them about the dangers, whether it's gummies, whether it's a joint, no matter what. And a lot of times people do pot and it makes you catatonic. You don't even want to talk to
What
your
does
friends.
catatonic mean?
You're like, oh man, I'm
Oh,
stoned. Surely you've seen them.
Is that what they call the deadheads?
Yeah, deadheads, are they sitting around, man? I'm so wasted. Like it's not. I like to have my glass of wine too, and that it's not the social lubricant that alcohol is.
Dr. Oz says, hey, social lubricant, nothing wrong with it.
In moderation.
This pot thing, it's I didn't know about the psychosis, but I wouldn't doubt that. But there are deadheads. I mean, I know guys that have been smoking pot for years. And I mean, they're just not sharp. They're not sharp.
No.
I mean, I mean, the deadhead thing is. I mean, I know people that I know. I go back 40. They smoke pot every day. Now they're in their 60s. It's like they're just not sharp.
Right.
I don't know if it's that or something else, but it ain't good. All right, people want to follow you. Good segment. You educated me, which is helpful always. Where do they go to follow you?
Go to eagleforum.org and you can buy our new booklet. It's called Throwing Children Under the Cannabis. And it's all about the dangers of marijuana to kids. And it has great ideas about what your community can do, short of criminalization, to make sure that we keep pot out of the hands of kids.
Thank you, Chris.
Thanks so much.
I'm ambivalent on it. I just don't,
I'll send you our book.
Yeah.
And you can read all about it.
I've never took a position on it. And it's because I don't know. I don't know. I got my producer Dan here saying, hey, people want to smoke pot. They're over 21. They smoke pot. I don't know. That's the libertarian view.
I like to say you can smoke as much pot as you want, but when you can't get a job, don't come to me for welfare benefits. How about that?
Except if you live in Minnesota and then you get it anyway.
Exactly.
Thanks, Chris, for being with us.
All
I gotta
right.
go. Now,
right.
hey, I gotta tell everybody, don't forget tomorrow, 9 to 11 a.m. Godzilla wins. You get my picks up there. Godzilla wins today. Just go to GodzillaWins.com. About 4 o'clock, I got 2 lock baseball winners coming your way out of the goodness of my heart. Less talk, more winners. Go to GodzillaWins.com. We will see you tomorrow, 9 to 11 a.m. on Godzilla Wins, right here at Colonial Downs Racetrack. More winners, less talk.